feeling reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, gotta fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Welcome. It is I. It is he. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsay. And of course, I'm here. It's Righteous Reg. How are you?
It's your favorite rap, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster, your favorite commentator, Righteous Reg, live from Oakland, California. It's beautiful outside today. I was looking at our little rundown of what we're going to do on the show today, Phil, when I got to there, and I was like, G1 Climax Preview, and I was like, oh, that's today. I was like, damn, my homie's having a really great week out there this week. Like, things are shining down in Chicago, and I'm very jealous. What's up with you, my homie?
Yeah, man, listen, I encourage people to go to live wrestling as much as possible because wrestling is great. Seeing it in person and, you know, getting to see it on TV and everything is cool, but, like, just can't beat the live experience of going to see wrestling, man.
Mm-hmm. Just the vibes, the people being outside, people are chanting things. It's a sea of black T-shirts. Like, who wouldn't want to see a sea of black T-shirts and a land of absolutely crazy people? Different shows are different crowds. Like this New Japan show is completely different than the Monday night show that you went to. And like, it's just, I love it.
Yeah. Very eventful week in wrestling.
To say the least.
Yeah, I don't think we can say there's been any other time when a new AEW and WWE champion was crowned within 48 hours. On
and
TV, no less.
Are on TV, like this is like unprecedented. Like to think there's a time when both these guys probably thought they weren't going to wrestle anymore, and both of them won championships on TV. One, like seeing that Punk is going to be on Stephanie's podcast, I was like, what timeline is this, Phil? I don't know. Like every time I look on the internet, I'm like, I don't know what this is. Like, is this AI? It looks like AI.
Yeah, it's wild times. But yeah, certain people were looking around and going, hey, about the Sammy thing. And I was just like,
yeah,
listen, man, we'll get into it. But I did chuckle because I did sit on this podcast and I did give you guys my win horse prediction. And I was like, guys, he's going to Raw for a reason. There are things setting up. So I was preparing myself. But nevertheless, man, must suck to not like this city because, buddy, we are up, buddy. Rook came out, Summer League game, Summer League debut, put up 35 points. What's up, man? What's up? I told y'all, rookie of the year loading. Stop playing with me.
Dog, your Instagrams of Monday, and everybody's just so happy. And I'm thinking, like, some people think, there was a couple of weeks ago where they're like, Punk's out of here, never going to see him again. He hates it here. And I was like, that really does not look like it to me.
Hey, man. We up, man. Iceman is on the cover of Madden coming soon. Come on, man. White Sox are winning. White Sox #1 in division. Come on, bro. Announcement has been made. Y'all thought All Out was going somewhere else? No, it'll be here in the city of Chicago. What y'all thought? It will be right here.
People were in all of our Grapsody spaces so mad at Phil for some reason. I'm
what
like,
y'all
Phil
thought this was, bro? Hey, man, y'all thought I scheduled it? Don't let me schedule it because I'll schedule more than one. It'll be more than one pay-per-view up in the city.
I was like, why are they mad at Phil? He didn't do this. They're like, Phil didn't done it again. I'm like, what do you mean done it again?
Hey, man, we're up, buddy. Monday Night Raw in Chicago, Illinois, All-State Arena, streaming live on Netflix. Come on, man. G1 Climax coming this weekend, Saturday night. What's up?
Streaming live on Netflix.
What's up?
Oh man, I don't know what's in the old water in there in Chicago, but it's something. Lupe, though, I don't know. They're not treating him like Chicago is winning right now, and I'm tired of it.
I saw him pleading his case again. I saw him talking to Torre this week, and I was cracking up because as soon as they brought up Kendrick, he was like, gotta go. See you later. I did think it was funny that all these people thought he was disrespecting Nas, and if you've known this guy or followed him at any point, like Nas is like his hero. He said that multiple times. Like he's taken a lot of his influence from Nas. Like some of his album cover for his second album is inspired by Nas' album. He said before his favorite Nas album is It Was Written. His name is from a Nas song, guys.
You guys, Nas is God. Speaking of Nas, Philip Lindsay. Oh, he showed up somewhere last night. I saw,
man. I've seen all of these clips from the whole concert. I am, listen, man. New Yorkers have gotten some cool things this summer, and the whole show at Yankee Stadium. Yeah, I saw the prices were kind of going down as well ahead of the weekend, and I was like, okay. Yeah, still can't make that trip though. Still expensive.
I'm gonna have to, when he comes to LA, I'm gonna have to drive down to LA and sit all day, and maybe a ticket that's affordable will pop up. But I gotta try. Like, even I didn't want to watch any of the clips from last night because I was like, I'm just gonna be a jealous, hating little fool because I know it was incredible. Like, after that performance at the Roots Picnic, like, I know what he brought to this, and then like my mom sending me the clip of him and Nas, and I'm like, I know it went down. So I hope to maybe have a time myself in Los Angeles here in a couple of months. I don't even know what it is.
You did that power me. I know. Fuck.
Yes. I'm like, I'm way over here. There's no way for me to get to New York. I can't see this. I did think it was interesting how there's no streaming of it. Like, that's good.
Nah, man. Right? Listen, man. Trying to get people to buy tickets. That's what that is.
I'm not mad at it. Everything doesn't have to be fucking broadcasted, man.
Yeah. Some of the stuff I saw, like you said, Nas up there with Jay, and they're doing like the melody of his songs. Beyonce opening the show with him and doing Can't Knock the Hustle. Pretty great. He had his daughter up there playing.
That call, Phil. Like, hey, would you want to maybe open up for me up here?
Yeah, there's the video of her cutting his hair. Fro is officially gone. I think he's in album mode, guys. I think it's coming.
We're ready.
Yeah. The really the best clip I've seen though was, because probably I'm old and getting sentimental, but the clip of him performing "Feeling It" and Blue is playing piano. I was like, man, This guy's turned into an old man on us. I don't know what happened.
It's crazy, man. Like, he used to be rapping about Baby Blue. Now she's on stage playing piano. I'm ready for these old man raps, man. I keep thinking about every time Hove does something, I keep thinking about the Andre 3000 thing. It comes back like, what do you guys want to hear raps about colonoscopies? Like, yes, dog, bring them on. I want to hear all of this, dog. I want to hear about Hove at the soccer games because I know he'd be at the soccer games. Like, tell me about it, G.
Yeah, I definitely think we're getting something. He dropped another freestyle at the show again. I think we're definitely getting some music at some point.
He rapping. If he's rapping and not just classics, something's happening. I just don't know what's the direction. Like what because like 444 was such a pointed project and there's a theme essentially. Like what's in this climate and rappers, that double XL thing made me want to jump out of a moving car this week with that rapper being like, we shouldn't have to rap. It's not set up for that anymore. Like, and it's like, I know that's what rap is now, and I know how the youngsters are, but it still like kills a part of me every time I hear them say something like this. So it's like, I'm glad that they're still the greatest of all time are still out here putting out music because we definitely need it.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, I mean, technically, he dropped an album since 444. He dropped the collab album with Beyonce, which I thought was a great album.
I liked it.
I don't know. He's technically
Jay Electronica. Did that come out after 444 too? You got to count that too, because that was a full length whole project.
He was on almost every song, and he was dropping verses on there, some fire verses. So I don't know. I definitely think we're getting music soon, though.
I'm excited about it. I'm real excited about it. I'm real excited about it. It's gonna be dope. Very good time for hip hop in that phase. It's a lot of nonsense still going on, but to know that Hove is here to save us is dope. Speaking of Hove, shout out to Rory. You heard about this Rory thing, Phil?
Yeah. Hopefully he's all good. That sounded terrifying. Rory apparently had a stroke on his way to one of these like Jay-Z pop-up things, and yeah, Rory's not even 40 years old, man. He's in his 30s, if I remember correctly. So that is pretty terrifying, and what he was describing sounded horrifying. So hopefully he's doing well.
Like it's like an experience that could happen to anybody, like just walking, essentially. And it's like, what's going on, you guys? I don't know, again, what any of this is. I'm just off of my phone trying to read a book at this point. That's what life is. We're old, we're tired, we work with children, and I think we're out of here.
Yeah. I saw a clip of something that confirmed everything I thought about Ak when Ak was responding to what happened to Rory, and I was just like,
Get him out of here.
Nah, we ain't got to do all of that. Not over some
podcast beef is not that. It's not that. Come on, you guys. Like, yeah. I know how whatever feuds and all this thing, but like there has to be a line. And like for your streamers, you're going into that direction. Like you gotta get a life, G. And him and Charlemagne are having a face-off debate. I'm like, y'all are being nasty over there. Y'all are being real nasty.
Yeah, I've seen some Charlemagne clips as well. But yeah, everybody get your super chats in. That is the best way to get your chats read on this podcast. You can also send us a chat via humberchats.com/Fightful. Bro, Curtis Harris, bro. I've seen it. I'm up to date. I was just talking to my friend about it last night. If you're not watching X-Men 97, I don't know why you're not. Great show. 4 episodes in, and it is excellent.
Everybody's talking about it, so it must be worth something. I know nothing about it because, again, I'm never on the internet. I'll be discovering new things. Like, damn, this is a thing. Like, I'm that old head that like sees the popular thing 5 days later now, and like I'm not mad about it.
Yeah. Try not to get spoiled by the internet, because the internet just is putting clips up willy-nilly, just spoiling things, not just letting you watch the show.
I hate when there's like a midnight drop and like at 12:30 they're talking about it and doing. It's like, dog, let the show happen for other people first. Let people wake up and see it.
Yeah. You know what else I watched the other day? People kept talking about it, that documentary on America's Next Top Model. And so I watched the first episode of it, and then I was kind of like tapped in because I like documentaries. So I'll sit and watch a docuseries. So I watched the first one, and my older sister watched America's Next Top Model religiously. So it was always on in my house. So I remember it. And I was like, oh, Tyra and them was over there kind of wilding. Like, what? What's going on over there behind the scenes on the show?
No, Tyra, she was getting her shit off a lot of this. Like when this old clips resurfaced of like, this was on like UPN, Phil, at like 8 p.m. And it's like, damn, they were talking crazy and doing crazy things, you guys.
My sister had gone off to college by the time they got to the later season. So I didn't see some of the later seasons, but when they were doing blackface on there, I was like, yo, what's going on? What?
She's like, hold on, cutting people's hair like in the line of fire. I'm like, yo,
yeah. I was waiting for them to get into like one of the most popular clips from the show of her yelling at the one girl, like, we were all rooting for you. How could you do this to us?
Remember the stranglehold Tyra Banks had over us? I remember when Higher Learning came out, and I was like, damn, Tyra Banks, you guys. Who is this person? This is crazy.
Yeah, I'm still kind of in a Tyra stranglehold.
still
When
there?
she was doing all her interviews for like the confessionals in between stuff, I was like, no, I think we can forgive her. It's cool.
I don't want to bring up the other can we forgive her from this week because people going to be mad at me, you guys. So let's just move forward. How bad was it, Phil? How bad was it?
Some of the Tyra stuff is very funny though. Apparently she's got like an ice cream store in Australia, and I was like, how did we go from there to that?
An ice cream store in Australia.
Yeah.
Why not, man? Look, she went through some crazy stuff as a supermodel, so I can imagine her being like, I'm just going to go sell ice cream, y'all. Leave me alone.
Yeah, she still looks incredible in her 50s.
That's great.
But yeah, some of the stuff that went on that show, I was like, how did you guys get away with this?
It's a different time.
Yeah, definitely a different time. Oof.
Woo! But yeah, there's a lot of wrestling to talk about, so we should probably get
Vicky said Tyra was the lies and that 5 head on that dog. Y'all be going crazy on her forehead, bro. I don't know.
Leave my homegirl Tyra alone, man. Damn, she's been trying to protect that thing for a long time.
Bro.
And her 5 head.
Yeah, let's get into some of these super chats.
Shout out to Tyra. The homie Van Twinblade says, all hail the cleaner. Punk can fuck off for doing Sammy dirty like that. Get the light tubes. Get the doors. Show Pepsi Man what real hardcore looks like, Sammy. You deserve that belt, not him. Unfortunate way of things happening, but sometimes I think like back in the day, these things would happen. Wrestling has become so you get the championship and you have this long reign and all hell and you have all these great defenses, but like sometimes you don't.
I never believed them. I told you guys. I never believed them. I will get into it in a second, but I never believed it because I saw how it looked. I started seeing all of the signs, and I've been watching WWE for quite a while, man, and I was like, he won't be champion in a month.
I just need to know the reasons. I'm happy we're gonna get into it because what? Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Because like
I'm telling you,
Kevin Owens kind of has the same. They kind of have the same story almost a little bit. It feels like good job, buddy, pat on the back, but give me that back real quick. Like go outside with it. Play in the yard, run through the sprinklers, get wet, but come right back in because, like, that's ours.
Yeah, man. Had your fun. But, yeah, we need that back.
He drove around in his car with it in the passenger seat. He was eating lunch with it. Like, for when they were like, the 8th reign I was like, damn, 8 reigns already? Like, life is crazy, man. This guy, they didn't want this guy to work here anymore. They hated him. They took him to court.
Yeah, again, I saw it. I saw how it looked. And I was just like, well, don't think he'll be holding his belt long. I tried to warn you guys, but I saw it. I saw all the signs.
You did say whoop like 5 times in the pod last week. So, like, you knew. You knew. The other Mikey V says, took the trip to Clearwater, and I'm sorry, Montreal, but it was one of the best things I ever went to in person. Kenny and Max lit it up. Mikey V, it looked like an incredible experience. What a great visual on TV. I hope that you did not melt to death is the only thing.
Yeah, it looked very hot out there.
Looked hot. In Florida in July, outside, with a bunch of people, great visuals, but I'm sure they were baking. Like you probably turned to a hot dog out there, Mikey V. Ben Sifner says, great night. Caleb Wilson, Tristan Peters, cycle for the Sox, youth movement in the WWE. Awesome.
Yeah, man. I'm still stunned that the Sox are still winning. Every time I look in, I see like the scores to these games, and I'm looking at the standings. I keep thinking like this is not real, but yeah, it's happening. Because I mean, guys, they were terrible last year. Terrible.
Chicago has this like Cinderella story thing always kind of buzzing around any of their teams at kind of any of the times, and they could catch like one like this, and you're just like on this like wave and ride, and like I think you just kind of ride it out, right? You're just like, I didn't know this was going to happen, but I'm happy that we're here.
Yeah. Scouting report was that Caleb Wilson could not hit threes and proceeded to hit 5 of them last night in his summer league debut. Telling you, man, we might have the best rookie in the entire draft, guys.
Talk your shit, big dog. Get it off.
We might have the best rookie in the draft, man. I said this coming in. This was the pick I wanted. I was like, yeah,
You did.
might be the guy.
You did. Shout out to Chicago. Matt Raquel says, what's good, Phil and Reg? All hail the cleaner. Have fun at Hoffman Estates tonight at G1. I'll be at All Out Chicago. Is the greatest wrestling city. Thoughts on AEW and WWE's tickets? Discussion on the tickets.
I haven't seen this. What's the discussion?
Did you didn't pay to get in, right? Like you don't know the ticket prices for Raw, and I'm like, I haven't looked at a WWE ticket price in you guys years.
No, I went as media on Monday, so I didn't buy a ticket.
I guess. Oh, maybe because I guess the discussion this week was because how many tickets have sold for All In and how many tickets have sold for SummerSlam, which is they're saying not a lot for both, and how high the prices were. I guess this week there's like some crazy connection because like after Kenny won the belt, spoiler alert for what we're going to talk about later, they moved like 1,000 tickets or something. But it also coincided with them like dropping the prices by like 50% or something. So there was like some kind of weird thing. It's like, I guess there's a discussion on if they should continue this Wembley thing. Like they can't go back to Wembley next year, right? Phil, like we're going to do this Osprey thing, and then we're going to have to like do something different next year, right?
I don't know because I don't know if AEW has a partnership or some kind of deal with Wembley. If they have a deal with Wembley, they'll be back.
Right.
And that's what it seems like. Because that's also, I'm pretty sure they have some kind of deal with Now Arena. And that's why they keep doing the Now Arena shows as well. So,
I mean, I could see them going to the Wembley people and the Now Arena people or anybody to be like a 5-year, 3-year deal or whatever we'll bring this show every year to you because it's been successful, and a lot of like just Chicago thing always hits, even though people are mad about it.
Yeah, listen, man. I appreciate you, Matt, but yeah, greatest wrestling city in the world. Come on, man. What are we talking about?
All right. Listen, it's because like California be on some shit. Sometimes we're like on our high horse, and sometimes we're too tired. Like we get it right sometimes, but not enough to be considered one of those cities. And I'm upset about it. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, has a very famous indie wrestling scene in California.
Yeah, I mean, AEW kind of exists because of California wrestling, so we do have that.
Yeah, Japan helped a little bit.
I mean,
chipped in a little. New Japan chipped in a little bit.
It's PWG, ROH, and New Japan is what this company was built off. Always got to give it up to them. Yeah. The other Mikey V also says Tony Khan creeping into the Tampa territory. Kenny getting announced from Orlando. Sheet of the champ. Let the Bay Area East hold one of them pay-per-views. I was about to say, we just got one, I think. But I hear you.
Could always get another one. I don't know.
Listen, we got 2 pay-per-views in like a 4-month span in California, so sucks to suck. I don't know.
Dang, man. Feel sorry for people that are like in Delaware or somewhere. They're like, we don't ever get nothing. I'm like,
And Phil, Tony be gassing him every time he's like, we're going to bring a pay-per-view back. Yeah, he ain't going to bring no pay-per-view over here. He is not coming back. He going to Chicago.
yeah. He'll be here. Wait, there's never been an AEW pay-per-view in Ohio or Michigan?
Yeah, see, they have really good wrestling fans in both those places, but like,
listen, man, the Midwest belongs to this city, guys. I know you guys want to plant your flag.
Get in your car.
Listen, hop on a train. Hop in a car. Get out here.
Chicago is Chicago for a reason. The homie Coffee Black says, excited to pull up to the G1 tonight. Who's also going to be there? Introducing my nephew to New Japan for the first time. Sounds like an amazing experience with a sick card. I'm excited for you, Coffee Black. Bringing the Niff. Our homie Leonard Aarons chiming in. Always appreciate you, homie. Pro tip. If your agent has to tell the masses there's no reports that your client has been a problem for organizations he has played for, when we know what it is, it's time to retire. Pick me begging. Yeah, the narratives around all of this, Phil, has been they're creating narratives. They're doing side quests on to get to here. They're saying who didn't make it. People are chiming in. Bam's punching people at practice. Like a lot's going on in the NBA.
That Bam and Tyler Hero thing came out of nowhere, and the fact that report dropped after Tyler Hero's already gone from the team is very funny. I don't know what's going on out there in Miami.
I was like, if there's a video of this, it's like the internet's gonna melt down. Like it took a long time for that Draymond and what was the homie's name?
Jordan
Poole clip to come out, but when it did come out, like people were going crazy, and like I expect this type of thing to happen. Tyler was like on camera doing promos after it, and like walking around waving to people and stuff. So he seemed all right, but like seemed pretty seemed like a lot was going on there.
And sometimes it happens, man. Sometimes you get a little worked up. The fact that we haven't heard about it until this point tells me that it wasn't that bad. Maybe they had just talked it out and it moved it over. I don't know. But the fact that he's not on the team anymore, I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Listen, I'm not about violence. I'm not about everybody going out and getting into a fight. But there are points where you just need sometimes somebody's going to walk up to you and punch you in the face if you're talking crazy. You know what I mean? Like, especially like a guy like Bam, like there's internet guys and people that talk like in the DMs and all this. And then there's like real guys that like, when they're there, they're going to do something about it. And Bam gives that energy. I don't know why you would talk crazy to someone like this or do anything. Yeah. Or do anything crazy to even get him off of being a regular person. So kind of got what you deserve, I think, in that point. Big dude.
Very, very big guy. I don't think we don't know the story of how this happened, right? We just know that
there's some DMs or something. There's some shady, some shade room stuff attached to it too, I guess.
I didn't see all of that.
You know, there's always a side story. Jason Lee's coming out. He's like, sit down right here. Jason Lee, the mayor of Stockton. Like, I don't even know what world this is, Phil Lindsay. All the time I read a story and I'm like, there's no way this is real. And it'd be real. The homie Leonard Aarons also says, pro tip, when in doubt, be a friend like Bishop. From Juice?
From X-Men.
Oh.
Nah, Bishop kept trying to tell them. And he's like, look, man, I came here with one job. Let's go. It's time to go. And all these people are like, well, wait a minute. What if we do this? No. Let's go. I told y'all. I came here to get you guys. Let's go. And they just, the whole episode, I was with them. I'm like, dude, let's get out of here. Like,
That kind of what life feels like sometimes. Of like, you guys, like, we can't just stay. We have to move. That is what life is right now. Because I kind of feel like, as a society, we can't just stay in what this society is. Like, that news dropped this week, the E. Carroll news, Phil, and like, that's not a story. Like, that's just like, this guy, the sitting president, has to pay $5 million for sexually assaulting someone. And it's not a story. He's still the president. There's not people in the streets picketing. There's not people on the front lawn of the White House right now. We're not talking about it in every news story. Nobody cares. And I'm like, why should I have to pay taxes? Why should I have to wait for red lights? Why should I have to not go into a store and shoplift? Why should any rules apply to me if this is what happens here? What is this?
Yeah. Is almost certainly in the Epstein files as well.
Like, dog.
Yeah. Remember how big of a news story it was when all this stuff with Bill Clinton was happening and they impeached him and they were trying to get him out of office, and like, this guy,
for like
just
5
chilling.
straight years, Phil, it was like Monica Lewinsky, like, that's all people talked about. And like, this is just like, oh, that was a Twitter thing that Phil's cousin Phil Lewis dropped, and like, we're moving forward. You know what I mean? Like, it's just another thing for another
wild.
day. And I'm like, how, man? I can't, like, I'm having a hard time just being like, oh, let me pay rent and live like a regular human in society. Cause like, is this a regular society? What the fuck is this, man?
Yeah. Crazy.
I'm calm. I'm chill, you guys. I'm relaxed. I know what this is. There's a lot.
Yeah. Wait, why did it just randomly cut my camera off? Hold on.
He gone. The homie Leonard Aarons also says, history doesn't repeat, but with triple still, it does rhyme. Sammy got shortchanged in NXT as champ, gets 9 days in WWE. Guess who had the book? It was only 9 days. Damn, that's crazy, dog. I think Sammy, if anybody is okay with this, Sami Zayn is okay with this. Right, Philip Lindsay? Like, I think if, like, in the grand scheme of things, he's probably like, cool, that was cool. Cool experience.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll come back from this. He's a Grand Slam champion. He'll be fine. I don't know. Like I said, it might have been because I've been just like, yeah, I never expected him to win. And then he got the win, and I was like, the way this is being presented is very strange. They're not putting him on any of the promotional material for SummerSlam. They're basically telling you in so many words, this guy would not be champion in a month. I was like, I don't know, guys.
My question for the chat would be, would you, because we kind of all knew they were going to get to Cody and Punk. Would you take them just getting to that match without the Sammy thing, or have the Sammy thing and them still get to the match? Like, is it like we should have threw this whole thing out, or are people just mad of how fast it happened? You know what I mean? Like, I don't really, you know what I mean? Like, where does this land?
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse. That's I don't know.
Could have been worse. He got a competitive match on the way out, and the match was fire. Like, again, we'll get into it. I thought the match was great, but could have got beaten in 8 seconds and then got nothing afterwards.
Because people are coming, because a lot of people see what my big homie's doing over there, and they're like, Reg, blah, blah, he's going crazy over here. And I'm just like, it seems pretty all right to me. Like, Roman Reigns said his name a couple weeks ago. CM Punk said his name yesterday. It's like, I don't know. If the big dogs are saying your name, Phil, things could be a lot worse, I think.
Yeah.
A lot worse. But I don't watch that show, so I would know. Van Twinblade says the reason is Muslim pop in Saudi. That's it. The Fed see Sammy as just a hand, just a mid-carder at best. Yuck the Fed.
People were pretty upset with Dave this week because Dave said they don't see him as a money player. And people were like, Dave is just making this up. This is just their opinion. It's just like, I don't know. I mean, based on what we just saw this week, they wouldn't do that to anybody that they see as a top star or one of their biggest earners. So I don't think Dave is off at all. I don't know why people are like, oh, you're wrong about this. This is just your opinion. But it looks how it looks to me. I don't know.
The barometer over there is Roman, Cody, Punk. They wouldn't do either of those three like that at all. They would not. They wouldn't give them a 9-day reign. They wouldn't give them. They wouldn't string people on to think it's going to be something. Like they are. Look who he lost it to. Like the top guys are the top guys.
Yeah, Dave still hasn't dropped his rating, by the way, which is hilarious. And that clip dropped of him giving it up to that Kendall and Natty match, and he was like, "Nah, this could have been one of the best matches in America this year if they gave her 10 more minutes." And I was just like, "Bro, you are never ever ducking these allegations, my guy."
Yesterday when he was like, "Oh yeah, I gotta log on, I gotta make some popcorn, I gotta watch 3 shows, and then maybe I'll get it in, but I probably won't." I'm like, Meltzer is so funny guy.
Yeah, it looks crazy. Dave's a funny guy, man. I was like, man, I guess that's the way Mercedes is gonna get a 5-star, man. Gotta wrestle Kendall Gray, I guess.
It's the only way. Meltzer saying she's the second coming, and she is great, but this is hilarious. Like you said, Phil, he should have just dropped that 4 1/4 when he should have, and we would have moved on by now. People wouldn't even have been talking about it a week later, but he did this.
Bro, if we get sometime next week or a week from now and he drops that rating and it's still just like 4 1/4, it's gonna look so crazy. You just put the rating out, bro.
Put the 4 1/4 out right now. I don't know why you're stringing this along. But that Kendall Gray, though, y'all seen that? Meltzer is hella funny. Oh, love you, Melts. Come on the pod. Our fam McKinnon says Hollywood, Florida ruined the vibe for South Florida. Miami ain't never getting a pay-per-view. Hopefully we get a Dynamite in the James L. Knight Center again. Miami has some good wrestling fans there. I think I've been there to watch a WrestleMania before. I had a good time.
Man, Miami might be fired for a pay-per-view. I'm surprised they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I don't think they're out of the game. They could be there still.
Yeah.
Especially when AEW running so many beach vibe things, because like this isn't gonna stop. Like they're gonna really start hamming in on this vibes, and I like it.
Yeah,
the theme arenas. Big super chat, appreciate you from Tim McFall, who says don't get to chat in much, but I listen every week. Love you too. Great week for AEW. Fletcher's the man. Excited for Revolution here in Montreal. I'm excited for it too. Would you see Max and Swerve at All In? What do you see for Max and Swerve at All In? Maybe Hanger for Max and Mox for Swerve. Yeah, those are kind of the directions I could see those stuffs going. For some reason, Philip Lindsay, they put out a graphic yesterday, and it's like, hey, Hangman Adam Page is going to be on Collision tonight.
That was very random. I was like, oh, okay.
Huh. There he is.
Yeah, just on an episode of Collision. Oh, okay. Announced the day before. That was bizarre.
Osprey and Swerve are like telling the story, and he's being kind of interweaved in here in certain points, and then they're just like, oh, he's gonna be back tomorrow.
Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, I think Hangman's definitely going to have an all-in match. I think Swerve makes a lot of sense if they're going to do a one-on-one match for him. Mox makes a lot of sense as well for Swerve for a one-on-one match. But other than that, I don't know. Max is kind of harder to gauge. I don't know where Max is going to land on his card. All these people that are like, oh, they can make a triple threat. They're not going to make a triple threat, guys. It's not happening.
Every time I see that fantasy booking, I'm like, you guys, don't.
Yeah. It feels like this happens every time where something like this changes close to a big show, because they were doing the same thing with the title change with Cody earlier this year, And I was like, guys, the match is Cody Randy, and people were like, well, no, they could do a triple threat. They could throw Jacob in there, and they could throw. They're not gonna do that, guys. It's a 1-on-1 match, and I think the same thing here. It's gonna be a 1-on-1 match. I've seen people saying that as well with Sammy. Oh, they could put Sammy in the SummerSlam match. They're not gonna do that, guys.
He's out of here. And I like that. I think for a while, wrestling promotions of all sorts were relying too much on that of like, just make it a multi-man, just make it a 3-way, make it a 4-way, make it a 6-man, make it a blah, blah, blah. And it's like, make it a 1-on-1 match with some fucking heat, brother. And that's how you do it. And like, I think it's been more successful that way. The best matches of the year are all heated 1-on-1 main events, you know?
Yeah.
Leonard also says, Lee Sammy didn't get run into the GTS, but I think that's only reserved for black baby faces, but I could be wrong. Almost assuredly not, though.
I hate making a comparison, but they've already given him more than they gave Kofi in defeat. They didn't let Kofi cut a promo after he lost and preserve his character. Sammy got to put that promo out right away.
I have high hopes for the rest of what Sami Zayn is going to do. Like, I kind of feel like he's going to be world champion again. When it was over for Kofi, it was over for Kofi. We all knew it.
we got no story afterwards. We got nothing.
It was done.
He just went right back to the tag division.
They're going to use this as like motivation for Sammy to eventually get back up there. And like, it's totally different.
I think the promo is going to help him. I think long term it's going to help him.
Mm-hmm.
Based on what I've seen. And, you know, it's Sammy. The year Sammy has had has been so interesting, which it's a lot to this that I think is funny.
The money, as I've always said, and I will always say, is babyface Sami Zayn. They try to have him as a fucking heel as world champion. It was never going to work. You guys, like, when he triumphs and everybody's behind him again, which I think they can be, then that's really when the moment's going to continue to happen.
Yeah.
Our homie Aaron Busby, the Buzz 408 says, "Sup fellas, back in America from my London trip and watched the Hove show on an Instagram stream." Okay. Also, Royce Keys should have stayed in TK land.
I don't know what kind of bootleg streams you're watching, buddy. That's crazy. Watching the whole show on IG is wild. But yeah, man, Royce is where he wants to be, man. He seems happy. He put out that the soundbite is going around of him this week of him saying that he's happy, and it's exceeded expectations over there. And people are like, no way, how could he say this? And it's like, maybe for his personal experience, he's having a better time. I don't know.
What is that, Phil, where people are like, no, he's not. He's lying. Why would he do this? And what pleasure would he be like, oh, I'm tricking you guys and I'm tricking myself? No, if he said it, that's how he feels. And like, if he is satisfied with what he's doing, that is what it's about, man. Like, getting pinned by Jey Uso is more fulfilling to him than being 1/3 of the ops. You know what I mean? And like, that's okay. Like, life lands different for some of these wrestlers, and that's just how it is. So, shout out to my big homie out there doing it. Again, Roman Reigns and CM Punk have said that they want to wrestle this guy. So, like,
get him in the mix.
More. Cody too. Like, everybody, all the top guys have been like, we fucks with this guy. So like,
yeah,
what's up?
He already had relationships with Cody and Punk anyway. So I thought the promo last night was good too. I just think they've got to get him in. I was going to say they got to get him in a storyline. I guess technically he is in a storyline. He's in the Jacob stuff, but yeah, just let him wrestle, man. I think that's a big part of what's missing and the thing that's going to help him get over. But that's not what that company does. But wrestling. Yeah, put him in there, put him out there and let him wrestle. I don't know.
We ain't doing that. Run this ad. Move out the way.
Run this ad. Here's a side-by-side interview to go with it. There you go.
Watch out. There's a golf tournament on this weekend. Run that. ESPN trying to get that paper back. Phil, like, what we got over here?
Bro.
Hey, bring one of these pro golfers out for WrestleMania or some shit. What are we gonna do? Oh man.
But yeah, we should get into this WWE Raw because very eventful episode in some ways. All State Arena. I was there. I always forget until I go how many like moments in the night is just filler for WWE shows. It's just like for their TV taping, it's so different. It's like they're gonna put the stuff on the screen. You gotta sit there through some stuff, and it's just like it's just getting used to it. It's funny every time. I'm like, oh, I forgot. This is a Raw taping. It's not a pay per view. It's not going to be just straightforward wrestling. They're going to pace it in this weird fashion, like they pace all their TV shows.
I mean, Phil, my infamous rant is because of exactly what you're describing. Like, I walked out of that Raw taping because I was like, what is this? They bring the guy out and then they darken the arena and then he's waiting for 5 minutes and then another guy. It's like, what is this show? But it's like, no, it's like a TV show for real. Like, they have like markers, they have like timing and all these things. So like, you have to, like Phil said, get used to the flow of it.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of the pacing of Raw in particular. I don't know why. And SmackDown has its issues as well, but I still think SmackDown is a better paced show. SmackDown still feels like more of a wrestling show. That's a bit funny as to why Punk is going over there as well. Yeah. It kind of feels like the show where we're going to see more wrestling than we are on a Monday. But yeah, we got 2 title changes here. The first one isn't nearly as interesting to talk about, but we might as well get into it because the Street Profits, they won a championship back. And I was like, great, we're going to go on a run with them. We're going to actually do some tag matches. Maybe we'll set up a match with the Usos. We've got all this stuff you could do. No, we're just going to put the belts back on the Vision for some reason. Yeah. The Vision have been treading water. I've been really feeling like just in this thing already. And then you're like, oh, you know how to fix it? Let's put Maxine Dupree in there. I guess.
This group is drowning, Phil. They just exist on this show. Like there's no heat behind them. They're trying so hard to be like, this is the next generation. And like, I feel y'all because like young people, we want to get them over, but it's just like, I think everybody would succeed better individually or in something else because like as a group, it's just not working.
I was looking at it this week, and even after I went home and I saw like some of the clips and stills of them, and I was just like, bro, get Braun out of this group, man. What are we doing?
What's he doing here?
Get Braun out of here, bro. Why is he there with those guys? He should get him out of here, man. Like, what are we doing? Bro, less than a year ago, this guy laid out Seth Rollins, and it felt like, yep, we're off to the races with him. No, we're not. No.
I think about January all the time when he had the big match with Punk and people were saying he should win. And like, that was in January, Phil. Like they were saying he's the next guy. Now he's just another guy.
I'm still not ready to sell my Braun Breaker stock, but boy,
you shouldn't.
What are they doing? Yeah. And the Maxine stuff that's played into the Chad Gable stuff. Chad Gable turning babyface and trying to go on this apology tour. And after Maxine rolled off into the sunset with the Vision guys, Tozawa and Otis were sitting there looking sad. And I was like, that's what we're doing? I guess.
Tozawa. Every time his name is said out loud, I'm like, talk about. There's a couple of guys, like 5 guys in WWE that like, if they were anywhere else, they would have generational runs already. But like I don't want to say wasted, but like they spent a lot of their time over there, particularly Tozawa, Pete Dunne, and Tyler Bate is always the guys I'm going to bring up of like, your prime. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get this at all. But again, this company and their tag division, I don't know what the heck they're doing. I will say one of the great things about this show is getting that this was my first time seeing Oba in person on, outside of course I was there at WrestleMania when he beat Brock, but like seeing him here and like the reaction he got there, bro. This guy's out of here, dog. They gotta strap this guy up, and he's got all the tools. He's got the look. He looks fantastic coming out there. They're putting him out there straight away in segments with Paul Heyman and letting him talk, and he's smoking this dude. Like, nah, all of the usual things you can throw on a black wrestler, like, oh, he don't look the part. Oh, he can't cut a promo. Oh, he can't do this. Nah, man.
He's too small, bro. He's gigantic. He's a main event guy. He can talk. He looks great. He's cool. The kids love him. Like, all the boxes are being checked.
The entrance is over. Like, bro. Yes. Nah, you got to get off to the races with this.
If you got an entrance, Phil, in WWE, we know that's half the battle. Jey Uso is riding waves off of entrance, and Oba has that. Like, every time he comes down, people are doing his shit. People online, it's like going viral. People that you wouldn't think are doing it. Like, that's half the battle in being a WWE superstar. And then all the other things he's great at. So it's like, strap him up, dude. Strap the rocket to him. Like, it's time.
Yeah, no. And every time they put him in these kind of spots and let him talk, and I'm like surprised just how good of a talker is. Yeah, nah. You got to make this guy champ soon.
Shout out to Ove. We haven't had like a big kind of could be in the main event of WrestleMania black wrestler like this on the cusp in like a while. And so it seems refreshing for him to be putting these big moments and succeed, and the crowd's following behind him, and everybody online is like, yeah, this is the guy. Like, there's not anybody that's like not buying into the hype, and it's great. It's amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, main event of this show, they hyped this from the very beginning of the show. We got the stuff backstage. With Cody, who was supposed to be the number one contender coming into this show. And he's having the backstage segment with Sami Zayn. He gets attacked by Gunther in the middle of this. Gunther slams his head in a car door, which looked very violent. And Cody gets taken out of the main event. And as soon as he got taken out of that main event, I was like,
wonder who's going to replace him.
In Chicago, wonder who's going to replace him. And they kept doing this thing. Every time they showed a backstage segment of any kind, the crowd started chanting CM Punk. I was like, oh, I know exactly what this is. And I guess because now this is just wrestling. When you think about like 7 years ago when this guy was nowhere to be found in wrestling, he kept telling people, I'm not wrestling no more. I'm done with wrestling. And his chants were still going off at these shows. And now they've done this thing multiple times, including with AEW, where it's just like, we know he's here, just
bring him
get
out.
to it. And he's getting a chance. So I was like, oh yeah, he'll be here. If he's not here, you're gonna get booed out of the city, because you're giving us all the signs, all the way to the point. The other thing I have to say, again, I keep downplaying this guy, and I keep thinking, all right, this is gonna die down. LA fucking Knight, guys. This guy is incredibly over. Again, being in the crowd for it and seeing it is different than seeing it from home.
He will not die.
Seth Rollins came out there and Seth made the mistake. He made that mistake so many WWE guys have done for the past 13 years or so. Don't respond to the chant, Seth. Don't do it. They're chanting CM Punk at him. And he's like, ha, 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 get your CM Punk chants off. Get it all out of your systems. I could care less about that guy. And as soon as he said that, he lost the crowd. I was like, don't do that. Don't respond to the chant, dude. Just ignore it.
You can't tell a crowd like Chicago to get it out of your system, because they're going to get it out of their system, G, right now.
Yeah, so then he proceeded to cut this very long promo. And some of the bits of it I understood. He's still trying to do this. I wanted to be the guy, but Roman was the chosen one. Stuff we've heard about Roman for the longest. Nothing new. And then LA Knight comes out there and it's just like, hey, man, I remember when you used to have to win tournaments and win matches to be a number one contender. And the crowd immediately lit up because, and this isn't Seth's fault. This is their fault.
Yeah.
You, for 2 weeks in a row, have basically told us becoming a number one contender doesn't matter. You did an entire tournament for weeks where you told us the number one contender from this tournament will get their match at SummerSlam. And then you're just like, never mind. Nope.
Just kidding.
He's just gonna wrestle Brock. Last week, you did Cody versus Jey Uso on SmackDown. Hey, the winner of this match is the number one contender. They're gonna get a match on Monday. Nope, psych. It's the wrong number. Nah, you can't keep doing that. You cannot keep doing that to your audience because now it's like, why does that matter? Why doing stuff on your show to set up a match and then later you tell us, no, it doesn't matter. And why would you want to do that?
Doesn't that just give the wrestlers the incentive? Oh, this guy's the number one contender. I'm just gonna go slam his head in the car door so he doesn't make the match. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just a silly way to book things of making someone a number one contender and then immediately, just acting like it doesn't matter. It's like you're supposed to reward your audience for watching your show,
right?
And you within 72 hours tell them it doesn't matter. Like. It's just a weird choice. And like I said, they did it 2 weeks in a row. They did it with the King of the Ring, and then they did it with this Cody match. Just
the King of the Ring thing is so interesting, too, because like it's been such a roller coaster of trying to reestablish that brand, reestablish what the King and Queen of the Ring are in this promotion. And they did such a great deal here with Oba, and then it was just burned away so quickly. And so if you're going to take the prestige off the tournaments too, what is this?
Yeah, I just don't get it. My thing is, it's clear they had their plan set for SummerSlam.
Right.
And that's apparent even with the main event of the show. If you already knew the plan was Seth Rollins versus Roman Reigns, why didn't Seth just win the tournament? And that was clear as day when Seth came out and said all of these things, and then LA Knight can come out and go, hey, man, you used to have to win a tournament to be number one contender. You couldn't just come out and say, hey, we used to be cool. We used to be in a group together. Hey, brother, you want to cut your hair like me? You want to have your beard like me? Hey, brother. Which, hysterical. All that stuff he's saying was hysterical. But, yeah, the crowd is going to connect with that because they're like, hey, yeah, this guy did win a tournament. He lost in the first round of the King of the Ring tournament. Why is he getting a title match? And so everything LA Knight said got over with that crowd. The guy can talk. If he can do nothing else, he can talk. And if you can talk in that company, that's it. That's half the battle. And
well, you would think, because this guy can't catch a fucking break in this company, even though he's still massively over.
But yeah, that was watching him get as over and getting cheered like that in that promo. I was like, bro, what are they doing with this guy, man? He remains so popular. You got to give him something.
Still, dog, like they can still make him world champion, and a lot of people are gonna love it. And I don't understand. Like he could still be a contender for their champ. Like I just like a built-in guy, and they're just like, we're chill. We're not in the LA Knight business.
Crowds love that guy, man. I mean, it's not
all over.
It's not like it was. Remember, you used to go to like indie shows and AEW shows, and you could hear the You don't hear that as much, but bro, he's still very over, man.
On their shows for sure.
Yeah,
so that's what matters.
You got to do something with this guy at this point, man. He should be in the running to win Money in the Bank something this year, man. Because very, very popular guy, and man, he just continues to, every time they like knock him down a rung on the ladder, he continues to come out and do the same thing, and it works every time. He's like, they're holding me down, and the crowd is like, yeah, we want LA Knight.
Every single time, he's like, yeah, they're in the back. They just don't like me. And the crowd's like, you're right, dude. We love you. We're not going to let them hold you down. And like, you can't teach that, man. You can't teach what LA Knight has going on there, and like they have to reward him. Like still, every time there's a Royal Rumble, a King of the Ring, any type of thing, people are always like, "Well, LA Knight should win," and he never wins.
Yeah, and all of his points to Seth, other than not just that he didn't win a number one contenders match, it's like, yeah, man, I had to deal with the bloodline for the longest. Didn't get my fair shot. They cheated me, and then the Vision cheated me, and it's like, yeah. You've got Seth Rollins coming out and saying how, oh, it's not fair. You know, I worked hard. It's like, dude, you were just a heel. Mm-hmm. Last year, you were just doing everything that Roman was doing as the leader of your stable.
Mm-hmm. Just recently.
Yeah. Yeah. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing to see it. I just continue to say I don't know what the deal is, but you got to figure out something. And I mean, everything with the Sammy conversation and seeing with LA Knight, it's just like it just feels like there's a ceiling for guys in that company. And there's like 4 or 5 guys that are going to stay in the main event scene, and it's not going to change. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't matter how popular you get, you just cannot get past this ceiling. And LA Knight is prime example of that.
They better hope and pray that Brock Lesnar is actually going to retire at SummerSlam, because that frees up a spot. Like, because he's always like, if there's like a main event spot in the break in case of emergency, they're going to call Brock. So if that's off the table, that might help a guy like LA Knight, like Sammy, like the big homie, Jacob, or somebody like that. But like, they're going to run the Cody, Punk, Roman train until they can't anymore. And like, that's fine. And Seth, there's a couple of guys that are also up there, and like, they at least feels like they're setting up for the future. Feel like they have the men and women that could lead this company forward, but they're still stuck on who they're stuck on right now.
Yes. But yeah, all through the night, we were getting to CM Punk chants, so we knew where this was leading. We got the backstage segment with Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce, and Adam Pearce is like, I got to get somebody to replace Cody, and Nick is like, don't worry about it. While you're leaving voicemails and doing all that, I already got it. He's in the building, and Sammy's looking around like, why should I have to defend my belt? It's only been a week. I've held this belt for a week, and it's like, nope, you're defending your belt, because when you win a championship, this is what you do. And I was just like, champion of this brand hasn't quite got that memo, but I feel you. You know, different rules for different people, I guess.
Yeah. You got to defend it after a week if you're Sami Zayn. This is what all world champions do. That's not what all world champions do.
Absolutely. So yeah, Sammy comes down, his music hits. He gets like the big entrance and everything. Last real good guy, and I was at least happy. I was sitting there, I was like, man, I'm getting to see Sami Zayn as champion. I did not think I'd ever see this in this company, but as it was happening, I was like, oh, it felt like, you know, impending doom for Sammy. And like, as soon as like he got his entrance, he's standing in the middle of the ring, it's quiet in there, and all you hear is CM Punk chants. I was like, oh, he's cooked. He's not winning. I was like, in that moment, I knew it. I was like, oh, he's cooked, because I thought one of two things were going to happen on the show. I thought maybe he was going to have the match with Cody. Cody was going to lose, and that was going to set up the next thing for Saturday Night Main Event. Maybe Punk was going to come out afterwards and confront him, or Brock was going to confront him. Something was going to happen. But when Cody got taken out of the match and the CM Punk chants were happening, I was like, oh no, he's going to lose. Like, there's no way you can't just do the title change. Like, you can't. Like, at this, like the crowd, everything about it. And this is the funny thing about the internet, because the internet's like, well, Sammy in Chicago. How could you do this? He was getting booed, guys. And I mean booed loud. If you remember, in his same arena a year ago, he wrestled John Cena. Same thing. He was getting booed. They were cheering John Cena in Chicago, which if you know your history, that's not a thing. This guy, John Cena, was getting booed out of the building. That's part of what made the 2011 Money in the Bank a thing.
Yep.
So, yeah, everything about this, Sammy's getting booed. We're getting the big CM Punk chance. I was like, oh, yeah, he's going to lose. And so, I funny enough, I have it on my IG. I'm sitting there, CM Punk chance. They get the screen of him. They replicated the famous Bret Hart turning around in that hallway with the zoom in. They did that great shot of the door opening from the dock area in Allstate Arena. Punk is standing outside in his gear, walks through Gorilla. Cult of personality, buddy. In the building. Different energy. Different vibes, buddy. The different vibes, man. You had to be there, bro. Nah, man. I was like, nah. In that moment, cult of personality sitting, I was like, nah, put the belt on my guy. What are we doing?
The love for Sammy immediately escapes. At least, like what you said, though, Phil. Like, if this never happens again for Sami Zayn, you got to see him enter as the world champion, WWE champion, right there, and that's a moment.
It was a moment. It was a great moment, but like I said, once that door opened and he came walking in, and Cult of Personality came in, I knew what time it was, man. And I thought the match
music hit, did everybody else know what time it was? Like, it was already, like, soon as he came out, it was like, oh, we know what time it is.
Bro, before that, like I said, they were chanting CM Punk when Sammy was just standing in the ring by himself and like nothing was happening. We already knew it was going to be Punk. Everybody in that building had to know Punk was coming. And there's no way, if you did a screwy finish to end this night,
people would have been so mad.
Bro, and you could have, but
definitely.
Why? Why would you do that? So he comes down, huge pop. He's standing on top of the barricade, turns around and like gives Sammy the side eye. And again, this was, I already knew, but like the way he gave him that side eye from the barricade, I was like, dog, this guy is cooked.
Damn, not Sam.
And I was sitting there the whole time like, dang, I hate it had to be you, Sammy, man. But it's that time, bro. And like I said, the match was excellent. I really enjoyed it. Sammy is just like, and this is another reason why I think he's going to be fine. Like, the work he did in this match where he knows he's getting booed. He knows, even though he's doing his character where he's like, I haven't done anything wrong. I don't know why you guys are booing me. Why are you guys mad at me? But he continued to play into things and, you know, get people to boo him, getting people to cheer Punk louder. He played his role throughout this match perfectly. The way he was looking around after some of the near falls, like, he's not even supposed to be here. This is my match. I'm the champion. When he hit the go to sleep, and then he hit the Blue Thunder Bomb right afterwards, and Punk kicks out, and he immediately jumps on him and starts hitting him in the face and like headbutting and punching him. He's like, listen to me. I am the champion. You get it? I am the champion. You hear me? All great stuff. All continuing to get him cheered. Get him booed. I thought the exchanges throughout this match were great. Punk doing the haluva kick and of course people are like, man, look how slow he is. That's never been his strength as a wrestler. He is not explosive. He's not terribly athletic. But the storytelling throughout this match, I thought, is what really made it good. This is kind of the second or third time I've seen him do this year, where he wrestles this style of match with somebody. And the thing that works so well about his matches is it's not him trying to go out there and do like these crazy athletic spots that don't work for him.
He's not trying to match.
Yeah, he's wrestling his style of match, man. He's wrestling at his pace. And that's what made the main event at WrestleMania work as well. It's not like he's trying to go out there and have a Roman match. He's out there, I'm going to wrestle as Punk. You wrestle your style of match as Roman. And it works. And it's the same thing here. This felt very much like, of course, like we've seen like the people complain about finisher spam and like trading finishers, but I thought it worked really well here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your boy's kind of on a run, honestly. Like this new, which I come to appreciate, and we'll talk about in the AEW title match of like, I'm an older vet, like I'm still me, but I'm adjusting my style and I'm working towards a different goal as a wrestler is like super refreshing. And I think the thing that Punk has been on of like, I can't go bar for bar with a lot of these guys because they're doing flips and they're doing all this shit. But I am a wily vet who will punch each other. It will beat each other up. It might be a little bloody. It kind of looks like a bar fight at points, but it's pro wrestling at the end of the day. And like, I'm really coming to appreciate that because again, this guy's not supposed to be here. Talk about Sammy's not supposed to be here. This guy is not supposed to be here. So I think that's why the story in this match of both these guys fighting for the championship feels right.
Yes. Yeah. Ultimately, Punk did pick up the win.
He did.
Big reaction.
Huge.
Mimicked the ending of Money in the Bank 2011. Blew a kiss to the crowd. Went out to the crowd. Great stuff. He's doing his flexing. This guy has gotten jacked, by the way. Like, I don't know. This guy, he's never been a body guy, so it's weird to see this, but like he's gotten like jacked, and so he's like flexing in front of the camera with like the belt, and he's like, "Yep, I'll be at home in 20 minutes, babe." And I was just like, "Yeah, must be nice, man. Hop in a G-Wagon and slide back to the crib."
Bet you the homie Ibu was marking out for him flexing in front of the camera.
Yeah, but yeah, I had fun. If you weren't in the arena, and this is why I keep saying live wrestling, man, is different. The feeling was there. And again, yeah, sure, there's some bias there as a Chicago guy. Absolutely. But I had a good time.
How many Punk title wins have you seen? Is this the first one? Is this the only one?
Back?
Oh, ever?
Oh, well, I didn't get to see any of them.
This is the first one.
I didn't get to see any of them until he came back to wrestling. So I saw, of course, the title win at Double or Nothing over Hangman. Was there for the All Out win over Jon Moxley. And then this one. So 3, I guess.
So in WWE, this is the first WWE championship you've seen him win in Chicago. That's a fucking moment, you guys.
Yeah. And I wasn't there in 2011 for Money in the Bank. And so I saw people like, oh, he's just a nostalgia act now. He's doing all the Summer of Punk stuff. And I was like, listen, the nostalgia worked on me as somebody that watched all that stuff on TV and wasn't in the arena for it. I feel you guys, but a lot of wrestling is nostalgia acts.
Absolutely. And there are newer fans who didn't even know about that are experiencing these things for the first time. So it's like, yeah, I did think it was funny when they were like, the Summer of Punk 2. I was like, this is like the Summer of Punk 10, you guys. Like, what did they
we're going to ignore the Summer of Punk when he came back to wrestling for another company.
Right.
I don't think this is the Summer of Punk 2.
This is not Summer of Punk 2.
And the first Summer of Punk with WWE was not great.
This is like, and then there was the Ring of Honor Summer of Punk. This has got to be at least the 6th Summer of Punk. This isn't the 2nd Summer of Punk.
Yeah. I mean, in all seriousness, all jokes aside, I do think that they did Sammy dirty here. Like, there's no doubt about it. They did. They could have given him a longer reign than 9 days. But the whole thing here is, the second he won this match at Night of Champions, I was sitting looking around and I was like, okay, what could this possibly be leading to? What are the SummerSlam matches? Because at this point, this is the job. I have to come on here and do it. I have to do articles and stuff for Bleacher Report. So once I put my thinking cap on, I was like, okay, what is the match? And I looked at everything. I looked at what Seth said afterwards, and I was like, okay, it's probably going to be Seth Roman. I looked at the Oba thing, and I was like, would they waste Oba's big first world title match on Sami Zayn? No. Nope. And I was looking at how they have been positioning this Punk stuff, because last thing we saw Punk say on WWE programming before he went on this hiatus was, hey, man, you keep being champion, Cody. Do what you do, and I'll just do what I do. You never know when a championship match is going to fall from the sky. Championship match just kind of fell in his lap this week, and so this feels like this was always the plan. It was always the plan for him to come back and win the belt this way, or something like this. And so all along, and then like I said, we got the report that Sammy was not on any of the promotional material for SummerSlam. They hadn't had anybody call him out. Like I said, Oba won King of the Ring, and he did his promo before Brock came out, and he never said Sammy's name. He never said Roman's name. So it was pretty clear, like, no, they're not even going to get people interested in either of those options because it's not happening. And I felt bad for Sammy and all of that because I was like, they're telling us in so many words, this guy will be a transitional champion. Now, I thought maybe at least he was going to make it all the way to Saturday Night Main Event, but the way everything panned out going into Raw, I was like, oh yeah, he's losing. And the unfortunate thing about it is he should have won a long time ago. He should have won when he was a hot baby face, and it would have been different. You put the belt on him now as a heel, and the audiences are booing him. And I was saying the whole time, even when Punk beat him, I was like, oh, he was getting booed. It's not going to change. He was going to keep getting booed. And people were like, it's Chicago, Phil. And I was like, dog, Sammy was getting booed regardless. He was getting booed in the build up to the trick match. That's why they did the turn, because he was getting booed. Like I said, last year in the match with John Cena, Sammy was getting booed. And I know it's John Cena's retirement tour. Crowds want to see this guy win. They don't want to see him lose, especially with the way that Cena's retirement tour was booked. But don't forget, the internet was calling Sammy Hogan last year. They did not want him to be Karrion Kross of all people. Yeah. Don't forget that.
Yes.
People were very mad that he beat Kross. And some people were very mad that he ended up beating Gunther for the IC championship and it wasn't Gable. There were people last year, believe it or not, that were saying Sammy's name was overbooked. He was overpushed, which sounds crazy to say, but there were people saying that. So with all of that in mind, and then you have some of the other stuff that people were talked about that it's kind of unproven, and I don't even want to say it on this podcast because I don't want people to think I have any proof of it. I hands completely out of that. And it just, no, I don't think that it felt like this was such an awkward time to put the belt on Sami Zayn, and then they told us almost immediately that this wasn't going to be long term.
I also think it's kind of with like the promotional material thing, like even if he isn't world champ, he should be featured on the show though. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy that they're just like, he's done and he's done. And it's like, wait, what? Like he earned the right to even have this big moment at the Night of Champions, and he's going to be able to stick to that. But like, there's a reason why the reactions and everything worked the way it did. And like, he did kind of get the raw end of the stick with this whole thing. He was just a pawn in the Cody and Punk story, and it's like super apparent on the backside of it, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, I think if they had gone the other way with this and Cody just beat him on Monday, I think people probably would have booed Cody because I think people are a bit tired of Cody as champion.
Yeah.
But that's different in the Punk stuff because I think there was a fair argument that Punk should have stayed champion after WrestleMania because he was a good champion for the beginning of this year. He was having good matches. He was present on TV. He was doing everything that you wanted from the World Heavyweight Championship, everything that belt was supposed to be built up to be. And so there were people immediately worried like, oh, we're going to put it on Roman, the guy that isn't here. Like this belt was meant to be the visible championship, and you're going to put it on the guy that's not here year round. And I had, like I said, again, I had my thoughts about it because I was like, okay, Punk is in this part of his career as like a part-timer who's going to come and have the matches here and there. How much is he going to wrestle on TV? But no, he was a great champion. He was there. He was having matches. I was like, man, maybe we should keep the belt on him. But but I knew he was losing. I knew he was losing to Roman. So I could see if you're an executive in his company, why you're like, oh, we still got something with Punk as champion.
Yeah.
We need somebody on this brand. SmackDown is struggling right now. The Cody stuff is cold. We need somebody as champion on this brand to shake things up. Makes a ton of sense. Could you have just made Sammy this chicken shit heel and continue to play into things around this? Sure. But I also understand the decision. I think the other thing that kind of sucks is they made it clear that Cody Punk was the match.
Yep.
It didn't have to be a title match though.
Right.
You could have done something else with them. I think it was Golden Boy and Matt. They were saying, why didn't you just make this a number one contender match at SummerSlam? And I was like, that makes so much sense. Why didn't they just do that? Cody versus Punk for the number one contendership at SummerSlam would have been just fine. It didn't need to be a title match. And you could have still had Sammy as champion going into SummerSlam.
Exactly, because it feels, now I don't want to say rushed, because this is always kind of the plan, but like the way that it's getting all jumbled and mixed up and sent out, when like you said it would have worked as any kind of other match, is pretty confusing and like makes Sami Zayn look even crazier again. And if he's not going to be featured, it's like, well, what happened here?
Yeah. So I think they dodged a bullet with Cody because boy, I do think Cody was going to get booed if he won. And you could have done it either way. Cody could have won on Monday and got booed, and then Punk would have came out afterwards, and you would have gotten the stare down at the end of the night. But I don't even think they wanted to risk Cody getting booed. Because at least with Punk, if he wins the championship here and then he goes into cities after this and gets booed, you could just turn Punk heel.
Right.
And I mean, that's an interesting direction to go in anyway. It doesn't seem like they have any plans at this point to turn Cody heel. I thought they should have just done it in the build up to WrestleMania. When they didn't do it then, it just feels like it's not happening. They just have no plans to turn him.
I mean, heel Punk makes a lot of sense because we know what heel Punk is and we know what he can bring out of people. But people are going to continue because, like, is Cody going to win the championship again ever? People are going to continue to kind of feel the way that they do about Cody because he's gotten so much in his time back with the company.
Yeah. We got the usual talk of Punk being a hypocrite.
Of course.
There's a lot of that. And yeah, absolutely. I think that a lot of things he's done and said are hypocritical. But for the character, I just keep laughing because I'm like, guys, he keeps telling you who he is as a character. And I don't think it's hypocritical at all. When he came back, he was like, hey, man, I'm not trying to be friends. I'm here to make money. He told Cody, and he's been telling Cody for 3 years. When they had that stare down at in the lead up to Royal Rumble, he was saying, hey, man, nobody's really your friend here, man. But I'm not like them. I'll at least give you the common courtesy of stabbing you from the front. I'm not going to stab you in the back. When it's coming, you'll see it coming. And so he's been telling them. He told him all the way up to April. He was like, hey, man, they'll be champions. Stay where you are. They had that promo about a year ago where Cody told him, hey, man, I'm not chasing you anymore. You're chasing me. They've been building to this match for a long time. Very long time. And so it is what it is. And in the entirety of it, Punk has been saying the same thing. Like, hey, man, we're friends. But when it comes to that you're holding, ain't no friends. And that's just what it is. People keep bringing up the pipe bomb and saying the guy that cut the pipe bomb would never do this. Did y'all listen to that pipe bomb or no? Because he's been saying it. I want to be on the front of the cups. I want to be on the programs. I want to be John Cena. He's not saying I want to get rid of John Cena so nobody is pushed like John Cena and there is no John Cena again. No, I want his spot. That's what he's been saying since that promo. I want that guy's spot.
Yeah, people confuse what the pipe bomb was because he was like, I could take this to New Japan or I could take this to Ring of Honor. The story of the pipe bomb is like, I want to be the most WWE guy there is.
Bro, I want his spot. He even when people were bringing up the Rock thing, and this is not the same as Rock beating Punk ahead of WrestleMania at all.
It's
guys.
not the same.
It's not the same at all. No, but people kept bringing that up, and so of course they keep bringing up Art of Wrestling podcast and Punk being on there and saying, if I'm just gonna lose to a part timer coming back, then what am I doing on Monday? And people are like, yeah, you did the exact same thing to Sammy. And again, if you go back and listen to exactly what he said, hey, what am I doing on Monday after I lose to Undertaker? Is he going to be here or I'm going to be at work? You're going to be here. Okay, then what do I get out of that? He gets to beat me and then he goes away. What does that do for me? I want to be the guy that wins and goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Are y'all shocked?
They keep calling Punk a part-timer. He's way different part-timer than the part-timers they're trying to lump him in with. Like, even compared to Roman, he's at work way more than Roman's at work. And, like, they're not even the same kind of part-time. And, like, he already showed back up to TV after winning the championship just 5 days ago,
Yes. And I wish people would boo him. And at this point, I know there's nothing that's going to change, especially there with their audience. They're not going to boo him. And I predicted it, and I said it Monday night. I said, no, they're not going to boo him. And people were like, it's Chicago, Phil. Like, of course they're not going to boo him in Chicago. He didn't get booed in Oklahoma City last night either. It's not going to happen. He's not going to get booed.
Well, he's starting to move past that because even if he goes heel, they're still gonna cheer him.
They're gonna cheer. He's got an over entrance. He's got an over entrance song. They're gonna sing his song. They're not gonna cheer his. They're not gonna boo his entrance. He's gonna come out there and cut a promo and say something, and you're gonna get the oohs and ahs. They're gonna cheer. And
everybody's gonna love it.
And I didn't even think the promo last night was great, but he still was getting cheered. Mm-hmm. And I wish I was wrong about that because I want them to boo because. You could see this guy cannot wait to troll. He was doing it throughout that match on Monday, and I was like, just let this guy be a heel, man. Because he keeps doing this thing, and he's been doing it since he came back on the debut episode of Collision. And famously, Eric Bischoff said that he's worse than Hogan. Mm-hmm. Like, because people compared him to Hogan, he's like, he's worse than Hogan. And obviously, Punk heard it because he came back and he started doing the cup in his ear and doing the big boot and the leg drop to troll. And so he knew exactly what he was doing. He came out last night, trolled again, was doing Hogan stuff. I said, man, make this guy a heel, man. He hasn't been heel since he's been back, man. And I just know a CM Punk heel run would be so much fun because he's in your face saying, hey, y'all think y'all want to see Hogan? I'll show y'all Hogan, bro. Y'all guys gonna lose. Better get used to it, man. I know y'all feel away, but get used to it.
It's back to our conversation though of like, are there any true heels? Because like Roman's supposed to be a heel, and
he's getting cheered.
They just cheer him. They're not booing this guy. It's like, do you get to a certain point where that's not a thing anymore?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. And I mean, everything the Bloodline is doing right now, they're basically heels. I mean, Jimmy Uso came out and super kicked LA Knight after he was getting cheered very loudly after that segment last night. Those guys are heels. But same thing. They're getting cheered.
It's cheered. I'm like the crowd. What are the crowds though? Like they're heels and baby faces, but like the crowd's like, if we like a person, we like them. We don't care what their message is.
Yeah, and that's why, man, because this is all stuff that would get John Cena booed.
Yeah.
And I think that's how some of the internet crowd is looking at it. Like, these are all the things that we hated about the Super Cena run. He just show up and get a title run, kicking out of finishers. This is all Cena stuff.
But he earned the right to get there, though. That's what all this is about, is earning that he wants to be that.
Yeah, and so, ideally this would get him cheered, but it's just a different crowd, man.
It is.
This is a crowd that, again, cheered John Cena a year ago. They don't. At this point in Punk's career, it's going to be harder to get him booed. This guy went away and said some of the worst things he could say about this company at every turn, and
he just won his 8th world title in that said company.
you know when I knew it, because I thought the turning point was going to be going to Saudi Arabia and all this stuff, and I was like, yep, this looks really bad. I remember watching him apologize to that kid at that press conference, and I was like, this is some of the most humiliating stuff I've seen from him. I don't think he recovers from this. The next night, that guy got cheered like none of that happened. And I was like, yeah, it don't matter.
It was over almost in an instant when I remember we did the pod and we were like, man, that looked crazy. And then SmackDown came on and they were cheered him like, this is our guy.
He did that cringe Punk Life segment and got cheered. People were like, oh, this segment's terrible. They were cheering. I don't.
Yeah, if he gets out of that, then nothing's gonna matter. He got out of that, so like all of this is just like I said. The Stephanie thing looks crazy, but it's like, so
looks nuts, dog. It looks nuts.
The way he talked about that family and like now he's going to go sit and kiki with her is insane.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't think it matters, guys. People keep saying, well, he's a hypocrite. He's seen it now. That crowd don't care, guys. It's a different audience, man. It's not the same smarky audience that went to these shows, man. It's a more casual audience. They don't care.
They've been filtered out. It's kind of crazy to think
about. A lot of those guys have left. Those guys have been priced out, or they're AEW fans now.
What's the crowd like demographic wise in Chicago? Are there children? Are there families? Is it because I haven't been to a Netflix Raw? Like I don't know what that means. Like did the conversion that they try to do, did it work? Like are there people there that are just trying to have a good time?
It's definitely a different audience, and I've assumed that watching it from home. But it's definitely a different audience. It's definitely a more family friendly audience. Yeah, it just seems like it's more casual friendly.
Which is, I mean, this is what they've wanted, Phil. Like they've been working towards this, but like to know that it's actually here is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, there are certain things that were happening at the show that I was looking around like, oh, this is just different. The crowd is different. The shows are different. It's just night and day from going to an AEW show.
And like think when things aren't for you, you're like, oh, this isn't for me.
It's just different, man. And I mean, I've been watching the crowds change for about a year or two now. It's just not the same audience that goes to WWE shows. They're of course longtime WWE fans that go to these shows, but those are WWE fans, and people have to understand there's a difference between like the wrestling fans that watch everything and WWE fans. There are WWE fans that is their wrestling, and not saying it in an insulting way like WWE is not wrestling. I mean, like when they say they're going to watch wrestling for the week, they're going to watch 3 WWE shows. They're not going to watch anything else. Like that is their dose of wrestling. They have no interest in watching anything else.
And that's like, again, this is the life that they wanted to curate. They created a network for a reason. They're on all these different platforms for a reason. So, I mean, the Monday Night Wars were based off of them being like, we want to be the only guys in town. When Vince always said it, Nick Khan and Triple H say it now. When you talk about wrestling, we want you to talk about us. And like most of their diehard fans are like that.
Yep. And so
it reflects in the shows.
This is what it is. These are shows curated to get to the moments.
Yeah.
The moment is bigger than everything that happens in between. They've told you that in this entire build, guys. The moment of Sammy winning at Night of Champions, that's what matters. That's what we're going to play on all of these highlight reels moving forward. We're not going to talk about how he got there or what happened afterwards, that don't matter. Oba won King of the Ring. What happened afterwards, that ain't that important.
Who cares?
The moments are important. It's the same with this Punk stuff. Hey, what did Punk do after WrestleMania? Doesn't matter. Came back and he's champion. That's what this company does. They book for moments.
And the crowd loves it, and everybody loves it, and it all works out for them.
Yeah.
And that's how they're going to continue to move forward. I do still see a lot of pushback on ads for people watching across the board. Like diehard WWE fans and people that don't fuck with it are all like, so many ads. And like, is that gonna? It's gonna get worse, right, Phil? It's not gonna improve. I think at this point, is it?
No, it's business as usual. They're gonna keep doing it, and not really for me. There's a lot of stuff that they do that's not for me, but
Raw's on Netflix, man. I mean, life is different.
yeah, streaming live on Netflix every Monday. Just so you know. They make sure you know they put it on all of the ad things. It's just like, yep, streaming live on Netflix every Monday. By the way, ESPN, if you're not subscribed to ESPN, subscribe to ESPN.
The first hour of this is about to be on ESPN. Watch ESPN. Don't forget about ESPN.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, look, I think the Sammy thing is gonna eventually work for him long term because what I was saying earlier is he's lost his underdog status. This guy was IC champion for an extended amount of time. He beat John Cena.
Yeah.
He beat John Cena in a TV match in an open challenge. He's going to be fine from this, guys. It's just like him cutting that promo afterwards and saying, like, I've been doing this for 25 years. How can this guy just show up? That helps his character because everything he says as a character is right, even though he's getting booed. And so it just adds to him being able to say, hey, man, I got screwed. And this is wrong. This is injustice. Even though he's getting booed by the audience at the shows, everybody's like, wait a minute. He has a point. And I think this is going to continue to add to that because, like I said, he had kind of lost a bit of his underdog status, but now he can go back to saying, look, they don't want me to be champion. They don't want to give me chances.
They don't want to see us win. We the best. Sami Zayn. Yeah, I mean, they love adversity. They love adding things onto to guys like this. And like you said, Sami Zayn's been world champion now. And when you reach the pinnacle, like, what's the story on the back end? And I think that's why he's such a good pro wrestler is he's going to be able to figure it out and he's going to be able to find to something different. Like, think of how many things he's done in his WWE run. Like, he's tried a lot of different bits and different things, and he always kind of lands on his feet. I don't think, like I said, to start this podcast, I probably would say he thinks this is all a success. Like, he became world champion. He had these big matches with Cody and Punk, and he's the bloodline stuff I like. The things I think people get upset for him for, I think he's probably like, that's great. I'm having a good time here.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be like, I got an unforgettable moment of winning the belt in Saudi Arabia.
Bro.
And I mean, bro, getting to cut the promo afterwards and say you guys thought I was never going to do this and speak in Arabic, and I would have never predicted that for him. No. And again, I do think that he should have gotten better. He absolutely deserved better.
Yes.
But he's going to be fine. And I'm sure he's looking around like, this is more than I ever expected. He got the main event WrestleMania, guys, with his best friend. Yeah,
his best friend who wasn't supposed to make it also. They told him, don't get used to being here. Like, these guys were not the indie guys. These are indie gods that, like, don't bring that indie shit over here. And they brought that indie shit to the main stage, you guys.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, here.
Former PWG world champion, you guys, who's also a WWE champion. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I think he'll be fine coming out of this. I just think, and even when you look at his NXT run, he's not a guy that gets long title runs. That's never been his character or his lot with WWE. Even when he was NXT champion, as soon as he won an NXT championship, he got attacked by Kevin Owens immediately. And he only held that belt for what, like 2 months?
That was that's his career. Like when he was PWG champ, he was never champion long. When they were Ring of Honor tag team champions, they were never champion long. It's a lot of his time and biggest things have been based off the moment of winning the championship or getting to the pinnacle. But like having this lengthy run and he's this valiant champion, that's not really in his wrestling spirit.
And I feel like there are a few all-time greats like that.
Definitely.
They've had big moments, but like the reign isn't important. Like Mick Foley is prime example. Like his reign as champion isn't important. It's winning it on Monday Night Raw and like the big moments coming out of it.
Exactly. Somebody current who might end up landing that way. He works for AEW. He's coming back to wrestling today on a show called Collision. Like I think Hangman Adam Page, I don't know if he'll ever get like that lengthy. He's the man for 2 years straight of being unbeaten. He always might be like the big build up pinnacle moment done and then we're out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I do think Sammy's going to get a rematch.
Definitely.
I don't know when, but they already set up the tag match for Saturday Night Main Event. But Sammy will get a rematch. But the idea of Punk going over there to SmackDown and being in a mix with all of those guys that, like you said, those are some of the guys that weren't supposed to be there. You're in a mix with Punk, Sammy. I got to assume Kevin Owens is coming back soon, which, buddy, if that's why we did this, Sammy thing, to put the belt back on Cody, to give us Punk versus Kevin Owens, sign me up, buddy, because
Kevin Owens coming back to defend Sammy against Punk with the gripes that they have.
Bro, Kevin Owens coming back and doing some of the inside baseball stuff and saying, I never liked you. Of course, I've always thought you were a hypocrite. Of course, you would take Sammy's moment. Of course, you'd come here and step on another young guy when you said that's why you want to be here. All sounds awesome. And boy, if you're Punk, you got to have it loaded up in the chamber. If he comes back and says that, oh, of course you came back here and took Sammy's moment. Oh, you mean like you did on NXT?
Or like you always did. Or you were a coattails rider for your entire career at this point.
Yeah, all of that, bro. The tease of something with Gargano, like the Gargano Punk match could be good. If we get another Finn match, that could be really good. There's a lot you could do with Punk on SmackDown.
Baron Corbin.
Corbin did make his big return to WWE last night. So he's in the mix again.
He's former contender too, Phil. Don't forget.
Former Money in the Bank winner.
The steak cooking homeboy is a contender too. Do not forget. Back in the building, baby.
Bro, you've got so many guys over there that he could work. I think, if we want to revisit that conversation where y'all were letting Roman cap and say, yeah, this is the most relevant belt. That didn't last long, huh?
At all. So Punk beats Cody at SummerSlam then?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know where you go with Cody as champion. Mm-hmm. That's the problem here. Because I think he needs something. He needs some new storylines. He needs something. And I say that as a big Cody fan. I just think he's been kind of cold, especially since WrestleMania. They don't have anything going for him. He's still very popular. He's still getting great reactions, but they haven't done anything terribly interesting with him in a long time. And I don't think the answer is to put the championship back on him and try and figure it out. He's been champion for a large part of the last 2 years. They've got to do something. Yeah, they've got to do something else with him, man. They've got to make him interesting again as a contender.
Does he have to stay in the world title mix, or is it more interesting to get him? Because I'm like, where else does he go? Like, he's such a big star, you can't just send him somewhere else, right?
I have to assume if he loses, he's probably gonna maybe take some time off and come back. Maybe he'll go on a break or something.
Because he's been on our fucking run, you guys.
Yeah,
top guy status for sure.
But yeah, because I just don't know what you do with him if you make him champion again.
because he's wrestled all the guys we just described. Like the Punk stuff is refreshing because Punk hasn't been over here.
Yeah, I think Punk is immediately more interesting than him as champion right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I said, it's mostly because Cody has been champion for so much of the last 2 years, and they've been doing a lot of the same storylines over and over with him, and they just need to do something else.
This might have been why this not being a championship match would have worked more, because it's not even really about the championship with these guys. It's like this kind of budding animosity that is back there. It's like an elephant in the room with these two guys, and I think that's more of the story than like who wants to be champion. You know,
it feels like SummerSlam is them running all of their plans for WrestleMania 42 that they didn't get to do, because obviously the report was Roman versus Rollins, and then Rollins got injured, and so they had to change the plans, and then it was going to be Rollins versus Braun, and then it got changed again because Braun got injured, and it ended up being Rollins versus Gunther. And, you know, we did get a good Punk Roman match out of it, but it seemed like the plan was always Punk versus Cody going into WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm. Shit.
So
well, we got to it now.
Yeah, so it kind of feels like they're running back all of their plans for main events at WrestleMania that they did not get to at WrestleMania this year, just at SummerSlam. And I mean, they're trying to make SummerSlam into the second biggest show of the year. It makes sense. If you're going to do the big posters and the big blockbuster matches with the main event, that's another reason why I just didn't believe it was going to be Sammy. I just kind of had a feeling it's going to be like, because you're doing two main events. Like, it'd be one thing if it was still a one-night show and you could just end the show with Rollins versus Roman. But you're trying to sell two main events. I didn't believe that Sammy was going to be one of those main eventers.
Yeah, Sammy versus Punk or Sammy versus Cody wasn't going to be the big marquee match. And, like, we fucks with Sammy heavy over here. But, like, we know, like, it's those four guys that we've been describing this whole time of, like, the breaking case of emergency guys. Those guys are going to be the ones that are going to be on top.
Yeah. I do think it's very apparent as well. I thought during all of this, Punk having that big match to start this year, what Raw looked like at the start of this year, what Raw looked like in the first year with Netflix, and how it's changed. It's kind of been rebuilt in Roman's image, and all of a sudden, Punk is leaving Raw. A lot of Raw was built around Cody as well. Cody coming from SmackDown and making the appearances on Raw last year. Now it's built around Roman. Yeah, the power struggle in WWE, it's very apparent. From the beginning of this year, you could see it. And
absolutely.
Ever since Roman has come back and been like, yep, I'm the man, you see how things are looking, man. And I don't think it's a coincidence at all that Punk is leaving Raw and going to SmackDown. Yeah, going over there with Cody. Like, y'all go over there and y'all have y'all show on SmackDown.
And it feels like so complex, Phil, because, like, there's networks involved. Because I feel like Netflix is like, we want Roman Reigns on our show. And, like, you know, it's now working like that, too, which is extracurricular activities.
Do they? Because at one point, it seemed like they wanted the champion. Because when Raw first moved to Netflix, it was apparent we want Cody because Cody's the big top star. He's the champion. And now it feels like because Roman has reestablished himself as the number one guy, now he's the guy on Raw. The difference in SmackDown leaving Fox and how he was the man on that show because it was on Fox and now, you know, now it's on Netflix. All of a sudden he's over there. Very interesting games being played. I just see it. I see it, and it just the very, very interesting games being played.
So Netflix are belt marks over there, huh? They're like, bring the championship, my nigga.
It just feels like Netflix wants the biggest stars, and of course, obviously, like, you know, it's Netflix, and you're getting WWE. They don't care about a brand split. They want the biggest stars over there, and that's why even when Cody was champion on SmackDown, he still was on all of the thumbnails and stuff on Netflix, and he was being brought over to Raw because, You know, he's one of the biggest stars you guys have. Why isn't he over here? And yeah, it just kind of feels like the way Roman positioned himself over here. Like, yeah, I'm the big star. I should be over here. When at one point, that's not how that show was being promoted at all. It was being promoted around Cody and Punk. And now those guys have all of a sudden been pushed over to the other brand, and he's a fixture on this brand. Bloodline stuff is on every show, but you see who is not going to SmackDown, ain't been seen on SmackDown in months? Roman Reigns. Oh, y'all back on USA? Y'all over there? Oh, see y'all later.
So, this is a streaming error. I'm over here.
It just seems like political games are being played, man.
I mean, I could see Roman at home when they started to kick off the Netflix shit, and he turns on Netflix with his kids, and he sees Cody's face, and he's like, "What the fuck is this? Like, why isn't my face on here?"
I mean, he's still when you pull up Netflix right now, they have Punk on everything. They had Punk, Rollins, and like, yeah. Now all of a sudden, all of that has changed.
Change all this shit, dog. Put me on the front.
All of that has changed. That report came out that NBC Universal wanted Punk, and they pushed to get him on SmackDown. Punk leaned into that in his promo that he had the negotiation with them and Nick Aldis, and that's how he
networks, dog.
But yeah, the network had to do something because again, you're making it seem like Roman is your hottest star, and all of a sudden he just left the brand and went to Netflix. He always hot over there. Now I'm going over there.
Brands are having creative control, man. That's just like kind of where I'm landing too. I'm like, NBC could be like, we want him over here, or Netflix could say, we want this, we want these belts and these plans, and like the company's got to work around that. That's crazy.
Yeah, Raw feels like the flagship show again. At one point, SmackDown felt like the bigger deal because that's where all of the bloodline stuff was happening. That's where Roman was, but then that changed, and just interesting that once Raw started feeling like the flagship show again, he made the jump over there, and all of a sudden, everybody that was being used as the fixtures over there got moved.
That's what a top guy does.
It's very interesting. Very interested that happened. Very funny that again, this episode where Cody was there, Punk's coming over to win a championship. He wasn't there that night. Wonder why.
Where was he?
Yeah, he'll be back next week. Brock, he'll be back next week too.
I fucking bet.
Yeah, you made next week's episode the Brock and Roman episode. Get this Cody and Punk stuff out the way and send them back to their show.
Send them to Friday. I don't know what they doing over here on Netflix. This is our show. Bring it back to what we know how to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it just very clearly seems like there are power struggles being had with the top guys, and that's why that's another reason why I knew right away they're not ready to give Oba that kind of match, because you're not ready to just put him over Roman. Roman, I don't think is losing anytime soon.
No, not to any of these guys. They're like people keep running with this. Oba's gonna use his thing eventually at WrestleMania against Roman. I'm like, I still don't really think Roman's ready to do that at Mania.
Even if they do it at Mania, that's a big win for him.
It is. That's what I'm saying. Like that's a torch passing moment, and I don't think Roman's ready for the torch passing moment, dog.
I'm not so certain they're ready to give him that kind of win. I don't know, and I kind of get the feeling Oba could end up challenging,
especially where it is, Phil. You know what kind of main event they're gonna want over there.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, I don't know, man. I could see Oba challenging the champion from SmackDown. But maybe they'll do the Roman match somewhere down the line, and I don't know. I mean, they're definitely going to do the Roman Oba match eventually. I just thought it was too soon to do it at SummerSlam.
I think they thought so too.
Clearly.
They said, "No, put him over there in the Hell in a Cell. Now forget about that.
Yeah. That's they're gonna have to address this though, because you have so many new young guys that are coming forward, whether it be Oba or Trick or, even though Braun is cold right now, you still have Braun that you can, you can turn things around with Braun.
Absolutely.
You've got guys that you can put in those spots, like I said, like LA Knight. You've got options, but
Jacob Fatu now, like there's a bunch of guys that could be the new main event guys.
Yeah, but it's just apparent like there's definitely politics going on with the top guys, and
like whatever happened to Gunther? Remember him? Remember he beat John Cena and AJ Styles, and he's not a top guy right now.
Bro, retired AJ Styles to start this year, and they didn't put the belt on him after that. It sure seems like we're heading towards Gunther versus Nick Aldis. Everything they're doing, and I mean, there's a reason why he keeps calling Nick a former wrestler. They're clearly building toward Gunther, Nick, and
jeez, you guys.
I mean, the one way you can look at it is this plays into his career killer gimmick, and
sure.
Him facing somebody that can still wrestle. Because I mean, Nick isn't even 40 yet, right?
Yeah, no, he's still a pretty young. Like he could still be a full-time wrestler if
he's huge. Like the guy,
big guy,
very big guy. Mm-hmm. He very much looked like he can still wrestle. Hasn't had a WWE match since he came over, but still to go from retiring AJ Styles to wrestling as an authority figure is
to like not even smelling any world title right now. Like you're way over there, and like you should be the hottest, biggest heel in the company, like by far.
Yeah,
that's a confusing one, a super confusing one.
Interesting choice being made, but again, they have their guys, and it sure seems like they're not ready to move off of any of those guys being top guys.
And like, how much longer how much longer does Roman have? How much longer does Punk have? Like, do you think either of them are going to go for 5 more years?
No.
Like, I can't see either Cody's one of them going for. Cody's totally different. But
Cody's a different conversation. Cody could keep going for another few years or so, but he's got to be even trying to wind it down too.
I was same thing. He's been going hard the last 5 or so years, more than that. But like as the WWE guy, like he's been in there, and like again, like the future is here, and like how much longer are we gonna have these guys as the top guys? Because eventually, like we could leave them all one fell swoop of them being like, all right, we'll chill, we're retired here, see you later.
Yeah, I know, because that's why I keep saying like when you look at Oba, it sure looks like this guy's ready. It sure looks like he's ready, man. He's about as close to being ready as you're going to get. I don't know.
For the amount of time and for where he came from, and like he isn't like they could put the championship on him and it's going to mean something and he's going to work and he's not going to be a fish out of water. Like not a lot of guys that come out of that system that are ready like this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How much longer are you going to wait?
Well, they got to figure it out with Braun, dog.
Like
for Oba to lap him essentially already is crazy.
It looks spooky up there for Braun, man. I don't know. You see the difference in the way that Oba is being presented in comparison to Braun. I don't know.
Braun felt pretty built in for a while. I was like, oh, this guy's the guy. Like, there's no way they could screw this up. He's second generation. He's doing this. He's moving like this. But then I remembered that Triple H really hates his fucking uncle. And his uncle has said so many bad things about Triple H. Like, there's got to be some residuals in there. There's got to be a little bit of like, your uncle talks some shit about me, brother. How about this? But that could just be in my brain.
Somebody in wrestling being petty, never. Perish the thought. Send us in your super chats. That's the best way to get your chats read on the stream. You can also send us a Humper chat at humperchats.com/Fightful.
Y'all are cool. Y'all are the best. Thanks for listening to us talk about wrestling all the time and supporting us in our journey. Y'all are amazing. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you have not, you weirdos.
Yeah, we're like one subscriber away from hitting 1,800 on our YouTube
Boom.
channel. We're gonna get
Hop
into the
on
rest of our topics, but I'm probably gonna go live on Monday to get into some G1 talk after tonight's show. So yeah, subscribe over there if you're not.
G1 Appreciate y'all. The homie Meet Norma says 2 match of the years on one Dynamite, plus the venue was literally fire. Hope the water lines weren't too long. Is King Oba waiting till Mania? I'm over the Brockish. A little bit of what we were just talking about, and people saying that Oba could potentially save his title shot till WrestleMania. But again, he's not. If he does, he's not going to beat Roman. I just can't see that. Like, Roman's 2 more Manias away from even thinking about passing the torch, I think. And like, I feel like if he's going to pass the torch, he's going to pass it to one of his family members.
Yeah, how long are you going to hold that though? Because by Mania, we'll have a Money in the Bank winner. So you're going to have Oba out there with a title shot and a Money in the Bank winner?
That's going to be weird. And a Royal Rumble winner probably at the point too. Like, it's going to get muddied and mixed up by the time we get to Mania.
He's got to use that shot by the end of this year. You can't go into 2027 with a potential King of the Ring winner and a Royal Rumble winner.
That wouldn't make sense at all. But like you said, he could challenge somebody from SmackDown, and like none of this would really matter.
Yeah.
They can run the Cody thing again, I guess. Since they had that Saturday night's main event thing. The homie Van Twimblay says the visions look like an order at 0 at the you order a 0 at the Thai place, and I know what it looks like because I order a 0 at the Thai place. I didn't even know you can order zeros at restaurants. I thought they all started at 1.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. They look like a very bland version of Judgment Day all over again. It looks like they're trying to do the copy and paste with Judgment Day with this version of Vision, and I just don't care.
They're like, everybody scowl, put on a leather jacket. You guys are hard, and it's like,
look, that really. the whole romance angle and all that stuff worked for Dom and Rhea. Let's do this here, and it's just like, oh, I guess I don't know.
Is it ever going to happen for your boy Austin Theory? You think?
They're sure going to keep trying.
They're trying hard, brother. They're trying everything.
They're sure gonna keep trying. I was laughing because I said on here before, I was like, yeah, Austin is basically WWE Sammy Guevara, and I was like, we're now in the put him with Ty to get heat. Like, yeah.
Hey, put somebody next to him. Maybe they'll like that. It's like they're trying everything.
Yeah.
That's why some of the women's wrestling talk is always funny. I'm like, they'll give women's wrestlers 1, maybe 2 chances. Somebody like this is like a guy's 10th chance. They're going to try 11 things. They're going to try 20 things until something works.
We're going to find something that work with Austin Theory.
You go take this Austin Theory.
Remember he had that gold egg? Nah, he didn't like that. Remember he used to come out with his cell phone and do the selfies? I didn't like that. No, we gonna find something.
Oh, you didn't like the Grayson Waller stuff? Oh, no. He with these guys now. You got to like this, right? You like this?
That's another, I don't get it either. Grayson Waller came out to, at the beginning, he was one of the dark matches that was used for main event. And it was Grayson versus Javon Evans, which, boy, that popped for Javon. Whew. But even Grayson, when he came out, he got a pretty good reaction. I was just like, why don't they do more with him? I don't really get it. I feel like he's a better wrestler than Austin. I think he's a better heel than Austin. I don't know why they don't do more with him.
Talks better than Austin. I'm like, what's up?
Yeah. But yeah, that Javon pop, I was like, whoa, why is this guy on main event then? I mean, he's going to be in the upcoming match to decide the IC title #1 contender, but I was like, bro, this guy's pretty over.
Shout out to him. See, the future is we got some in the future. We got Mello, we got Jamon, Trick, like Oba. Like the future is pretty bright. You know, it's just gonna take some time to get there.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that mute. I completely forgot that they did that split between Austin Theory and Grayson Waller, and they did the face turn with Austin, and it really went nowhere. I completely forgot about that.
He just immediately turned them back heel. They're like, no, forget about that.
I totally forgot they did that.
Oh, they're gonna do it again too. Van also says also Tekla saying the Xena spot going, oh, it's okay when she does it, but when I do it, it's criminal assault and trespassing. There is no justice. Yeah. Tekla on commentary this week sound like she had a couple of them. Incredible.
I don't want her to lose, guys. I don't want her to lose at Redemption, and I know it's coming, but I was sitting listening to her commentary, and I was like, I don't think you can say that. I don't think you're supposed to say that. At multiple things she said, and I was like, no, she's great, man. What are we doing? Keep this woman as champion as long as possible. I think she should be walking in the All In as champion, but cause, I mean, I think Matthew from Botchamania did like an entire montage of her commentary stuff, and I was just like, nah, man. Tekla is great.
What do you do, Phil? We're having an issue here, man, because I feel just like you. Like, we're gonna get into it, but like some things happened this week, and like they weren't a home run. They were a triple. Like they got there, and I understand the play, but I'm like, Tekla though. Is it that I'm just like, but Tekla though, like,
bro,
God.
Yeah. Every time I see people on the timeline arguing why Max should be going in All In, I'm like, oh, I'm the opposite, guys. I'm right here saying justice for Tekla. Tekla should be walking in All In as champion.
Justice for Tekla. And just because I want to see Tekla and Mercedes is also playing into it, but I'm like, that's where it's at. Like, I understand what they're doing, and I'm at you. I'm happy for it. I'm going to be cheering just like everybody, but like Tekla, though.
Bro, yeah, she was hilarious on commentary, man.
Great. Put her on commentary again. No, put her in the ring. Give her a mic.
Yeah.
Will Chisholm says, Punk, Kenny, and Roman are champions. Is this 2022? Happy for Goat Punk. That LA Knight shoot promo, though. LOL.
I don't know if it was a shoot promo, but it was pretty great. And, man, you got to give it up to that guy, man. The fact that he keeps doing this and he's remained as popular as he has is really a testament to what he can do as a talker and what he can do as a character.
A lesser man would have given up after all the shit that they've thrown at him. After it feels like you can't get to the top of the ladder, and when you do get up there, somebody kicks you in the head to drop you off, but he's still like, don't care, I'm still this. Like, it's a testament to his character and who he is. Ben says the only thing LA Knight has going on that is positive for WWE higher ups is that he's over 40. It works for some. You got to be built in, though, you know?
Still won't let my guy win, man. Still won't just let my guy win. Come on.
Let him win, man. He's in contender again. Money in the Bank's up, and they're like, hey, we could do it here. We could do it here. Still, it's been like 5 years of this.
Yeah. But see, the problem is now if he wins that briefcase, who could he believably cash in on? At this point, with the way they treat their top guys, it just don't feel like anybody's cashing in on Roman. And
no way.
I mean,
no fucking way.
Punk is an option, but still, like, it's just like the way they treat their top guys, it just don't even feel believable.
Luckily, Punk is always going to have he's Money in the Bank someone. So, like, there's that built-in thing. But even then, he's such a, like, bigger than that you might lose if you run in there on him with that briefcase. Like, he got to that status now. The John Cena status that we keep talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, LA. Will also says, love the history of Jacobs and the big homie Hobbs. Yeah, Bay Area boys, man. These are true stories that they're telling. They really rode the roads together. I've been in some backstage areas where they're both at, and they are those guys for sure.
Yeah, I hope this is leading to something. But I like all their interactions. I thought the stuff last night was good. I do think they should have just gave Royce the win, but it's the bloodline. So
hey, wins and losses don't fucking matter over there. Who cares? You're gonna get a title shot if he slams somebody's head in the car next week.
I mean, apparently, man, you can win a championship in grand opening, grand closing. 9 days. We'll see you later. Bye.
Hey, see you. Thanks for your contributions, buddy. Great job. Oh, man. And then Ben says, I am now a bigger fan of Power Slap than the WWE after last night. What the hell happened on Power Slap last night? I heard a lot of people talking about this.
You haven't seen this clip?
I have not.
The clip of Hager getting knocked out.
Hager got KO'd at Power Slap?
Very big guy. And deceptively big guy, because when he initially slapped him and knocked him out, I was like, oh. And then the guy pulled his shirt off, and I was like, oh my God, this guy is like unreal. This guy's like an action figure.
Do your thing. I'm gonna just look at one little thing on the internet real quick.
Yeah, so that happened. I want wrestlers to be careful, man, because we've seen a few wrestlers do the power slap thing and, take the check to go over there. And for the reactions to all of these things, we're seeing, the internet crowd react to these guys getting knocked out. But like, some of these people are getting seriously hurt.
That's the Shira guy from TNA is knocking him out.
Yeah, bro. When it happened, I was like, bro.
That's not good for your brain, Phil. To get knocked out and laid down like that is like...
No, and I mean, we've seen stories of wrestlers already talking about like they've gotten seriously injured doing it. And please just be safe, people, man. Like this,
There were some more independent wrestlers on this power slap thing, so I'm like, man, they're still getting through to people. They're like the army recruiting.
They're definitely they're paying them. They're getting checks to do it.
They are.
I don't know if that check is worth it, man.
10 G's to get knocked the fuck out.
Yeah. And I mean, Hager was out. I said, oh, no,
worth it?
I don't know. Might not be worth it.
And like how do you? Can you be like, I'm a bad motherfucker tomorrow if I just saw you sleep on the thing from a slap? Like, it's like, is it worth it for all like when they did the brawl for all niggas, the perception of people changed after that. And it's like, do you want the perception of who you are to change off of getting slapped without being able to put your hands up? It doesn't seem worth it to me. But what do we know?
No, man, that's not safe. Getting hit open hand like that. No. No, I don't think any amount of money is worth it for me. I'm good.
I mean, $2 million, I'll tell you can slap the shit out of me, but like a couple thousand, and I'm definitely gonna have to go. I'll probably have a concussion off this. I'm chill. Not worth it.
Nah, I'm good. We got some Humper chats here. We got one from Tony P. He says, Jay got the Caesar back. Kenny is champ. We got the G1 starting tonight. Tiger Mask having a wonderful send-off. Petty of the Week winner is Big Gunt. My team cap handling their business with all this. And a false hero. Such a marvelous week. Yeah.
Where did Tyler Hero go anyways? That's the part of the story that I did not get.
Milwaukee. He's a part of Giannis trade.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what's up.
Yeah. Jay back outside, man. I know what that means. And like I said, he's cut his hair. I know what that looks like. It's probably good call with Big Gunt. He's like, man, if I'm not winning, nobody's winning. If I'm not getting nothing, nobody's getting anything. I guess he didn't know that Punk was on the call.
Somebody gonna get something.
Yeah, last night he was like, fix this. Yeah, you screwed me. I didn't get my match. Fix this. And Nick Aldis is like, no, I got you. You're in a tag match, a Saturday Night Main Event. You're gonna tag with Sami Zayn against Punk and Cody. And he wasn't trying to hear none of that. What you mean, tag match?
When's Saturday night's Main Event?
It's next week. I think.
Next week. That's the MSG one, right?
That's the Circle Square Garden.
Mm-hmm. Seeing a lot of action up in there these last couple months. Could be hot that day.
Yeah. I got the big match for Danhausen. Danhausen versus JD McDonough.
The big match for Danhausen's a sentence I didn't think I'd be hearing on this pod, but
Bro,
here we are.
That was one of the first matches booked.
The big Danhausen match. Like they go to meetings saying that now. Feel like, what are we gonna do with Danhausen?
But you have to.
Insane to think about.
You have to. It's Madison Square Garden. You got the Knicks stuff to play into. You got to put a Danhausen match on this card. If you don't, you're messing up.
I want to go back 2 years and play that clip of you saying that you got to put a Danhausen match on the card. If you don't,
you have to. Like they're building this around like his Knick jersey and everything. Like no, you got to put him on a card.
Like they definitely have put out a call to Jalen Brunson, like 1,000%, right, for MSG.
You should.
Yeah.
Brunson might be too big time now. He's a champ.
Listen, it's a different call now. My phone number might not work no more.
Things might have changed.
Champion put you into something else.
Things might have changed. Tony says the good beach break was what we thought it was. Willow Pop was crazy. Also, the end of the gauntlet. You think they are setting up a 3-way, or is Tex getting a Sammy Takeover Dallas like reward match?
3-way. Oh, here we go again.
Yeah. Royce is a part of the Bloodline story. I was confused because I just saw BL at there. I was like, wait, what? What's he done? Then he says the bad Royce is a body in a BL story. Jim Spear was ugly. Sammy getting slimed like he knew he would. SmackDown Women's Division in general. Raw is no better, but damn, the Hunt / what the fuck WWE has no clue what they are doing currently. Yeah, we gotta make a decision soon. Rhea has been gone for over a month, and there's no champion there. They're clearly building towards Charlotte versus Jade, which is a big time match. But where's your champion?
She's hurt.
Yeah, I believe she just revealed that it's a meniscus injury.
Ooh.
So it's like a slight tear in her meniscus, which, she could just stay off of it and rehab it and be back. But
what about that belt, though?
Kind of need a champion, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wish the other Bloodline guys would stop doing the spear. Just let Roman do the spear. I don't think any of their spears look good. When Jacob does it, it's cool sometimes, but like Jimmy and Jay, no, I'm good on their spears.
95% of spears are garbage, awful bullshit. In the indies, in the mainstream, nobody does it good. I don't know why anybody does it. It's all Edge's fault. He made the flying hug popular, and now everybody just does it like him. And like, that's not how the fucking spear is supposed to be. This is a flying hug, Phil. Like, why are you flying into this hug? And it's all Adam Copeland's fault.
Well, I think the worst part about it is now, because Roman has made it his own, and then when you see how Braun does it, when you see Braun do a spear, you don't want to see anybody else in that vicinity do a spear.
Yes, exactly. And like Goldberg's spear hit because he was really spearing niggas, and that's kind of like why they told Braun to chill, because they was like, you fucking niggas. That one where he runs the whole thing and then he doesn't clobber somebody. It's like they told him, you can't be clobbering guys anymore, man, because he was clobbering guys for a while. What a good time.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm seeing people say in the chat that both women's champions have not been defending their belt. No, Liv has not defended her belt since she won it at WrestleMania, which is crazy. But they put her in a Queen of the Ring tournament for some reason. I don't
to run a rematch? Oh my God, such a dumb thing. What are these tournaments?
Very, very odd booking, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm assuming we're gonna get an announcement or something with Rhea soon because if she's not available for SummerSlam, what are we doing?
It's coming up.
3 weeks.
Like they're gonna have to tell a whole story with her and somebody in 3 weeks. That's gonna be pretty hard.
Yeah, so far so good. I think the Charlotte Jade stuff looks good though. They did the injury angle with Alexa last night. Alexa is using her double jointed arm to make it look like she got her arm broken in the chair. Yeah, Alexa's acting is not great, but it was a good visual.
Listen, it's hard out here. You can go to all the acting classes you want, Phil. You can do whatever you want. But sometimes when that red light flashes on, this is the take we're going with.
Look, we talked about Tyra earlier. Tyra, her acting was not good in Higher Learning, but it was not good.
Horrible acting. She looked amazing, but the acting was god awful.
Horrible acting in Higher Learning. Every time I think about Higher Learning, I think of the spoken word guy on the stage. What is higher? What is learning? Higher.
I knew, like, they set us up to hate Michael Rappaport, Phil, and then, like, it never stopped. Like, we should have known from then. Like, how did we let him do that Tribe Called Quest doc? Like, how do we let him infiltrate? And, like, he's a horrible guy. And, like, they were trying to tell us with that movie. I hate him. He sucks.
You're nothing, Malik. You're nothing. That man's name is Malik. Why you keep calling him Malik? You're nothing, Malik. You're nothing.
Oh man. Ooh, what a traumatizing movie. Sometimes you'd be like, man, you could just walk outside and a sniper might shoot you from top of a thing.
Yeah, I always think of that in Busta Rhymes, and he's like, man, look at my hands. Look how they busted up my hands trying to bust this sucker. It's like, dude, Busta Rhymes, bro, another one. Acting was not great in this movie.
Not good. No.
Well, what a character, bro.
Yeah. Just his presence and visually on the screen, you're like, oh, yeah, that looks good. But then he starts talking, and you're like, oh, no.
Oh, my God, yes. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, yes. Oh,
legendary figure. I was just watching Who's the Man on Tubi, and he's in that, and it's like bad acting, but it's like, it's great seeing Busta Rhymes like be Busta Rhymes in 1993. If you guys haven't seen Who's the Man, that's a hip-hop movie. Dr. Dre, Ed Lover, the original Dr. Dre. Is he the original Dr. Dre? The other Dr. Dre.
What's another Busta Rhymes movie that he was in that I'm trying to think? He was in the movie that with Sean Connery where he's teaching the kid to write, right? Find It Forrester.
Oh yeah.
I feel like he was in one of those Halloween movies as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I feel like he's like fought Mike Myers or something. Like he fought one of them. He was in there with his sleeveless turtleneck.
He fought
on.
Mike Myers
with his sleeveless turtleneck on. You know that he used to wear.
Sleeveless turtleneck. The chat saying H2O. I believe that LL Cool J that was in H2O.
Y'all mixing up our legends.
He was in one of those Halloween movies. I just can't remember which one. Yeah, that's right. He was in the Shaft movie.
Shaft.
With Christian Bale, where Christian Bale is racist. He like rips that parking meter out of the ground and kills the black guy with it. What a strange movie, man. My man Peoples was walking up the street with the ice pick, stabbing himself in the chest. You best kill me. You best kill me.
The Shaft reboot. I scrolled past the Superfly reboot with that kid from Grownish, and I was just like, they need to stop making movies. I think you can't just can't make.
I've never seen that Superfly movie.
A Superfly remake with that tall kid from Grownish, the handsome guy, and it's like. You can't just put handsome guys in movies and think they're gonna work.
Can't tell Hollywood that.
Hollywood don't give a fuck. They're like, Watch this.
My man Peoples, bro. My man Peoples. You best kill me. You best kill me.
Shaft. They're like, what are these guys talking about?
Yeah, if you don't know what we're talking about, there's the Shaft reboot starring Samuel L. Jackson, and the main villain was Christian Bale, and yeah, they made a sequel to that movie, didn't they?
Did they?
That I've never seen it.
Huh. Yeah, no, I haven't seen that one either. A Shaft sequel.
I'm pretty sure they have. I just have never seen it. But yeah, AEW Beach Break coming live on Wednesday night. Very stacked card.
It was hot.
Hot show. I got to give it to these guys. I know a lot of people have their opinions of the Death Rider stuff with Ospreay, but now these Death Rider tag matches have been fire. This is the second week in a row that I really liked it.
Listen, they keep putting Ospreay with Mox because Ospreay is still in a trance of going on. But I think like him in the mix and trying to add in like the Death Riders type offense and them doing tandem stuff, it's fun. I'm not even mad at it at all. It's really fun.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Can't wait to see where this lands with the Ospreay and Omega stuff, because you've got Moxley looming the entire time, and I think it's great.
He's in the background. He's waiting.
At every turn, it's a tense situation.
I'm still thinking they might run that match at Redemption, but I don't know. I don't know.
Kenny Omega versus John Moxley. Yeah, I don't know. We'll get into that in a sec, because I have no idea who Omega's opponent is going to be at this pay-per-view now, because it sure seemed like it was going to be Maxwell Jacob Freeman up until a week ago.
Not no more.
So I don't know. We got Kyle Fletcher versus Takeshita on this show as well. Super hot match. This guy, Kyle Fletcher, does not miss on television. He is just incredible. No shock at all.
Is he the best TV wrestler right now? Because like,
it's between him and Darby, I think.
Yeah. When it's like time to, I love when they give Kyle Fletcher matches time, and you know where they're going, and you know what he's about to do. Because like in this Takeshita match, I knew every twist and turn that was going to happen because I studied both these guys pretty extensively, and I loved every moment of it. Every counter was great. Every strike was insane. Kyle Fletcher he's starting to become like a Roosh Ibushi type of like, he knows this is this, right? Like he knows that you're not supposed to be really knocking niggas out. Because some of them strikes, I'm like, hey, yo, brother, that looks like it hurts. But then Takeshita will come right back with a huge lariat, knocking him off. Babyface Takeshita, Phil, is like,
yeah,
there's not a lot that can do it like this guy.
Yeah, Fletcher be putting some stank on that thrust kick, man. Like the way that he throws that is just wow. The snap he puts on is like, yeah, jeez.
He hit one on the apron, and I was like, brother, hold on. What? I don't know if he could do that, but he can do that.
Yeah, Takeshita was great here. We talked about it last week. I assumed that Fletcher was probably going to win because Takeshita's going to be in the G1, and they probably didn't want him to go into G1 as champion. So I figured, and I mean, you know, this adds something to the Don Callis family stuff. I thought his face when Kevin Knight came out and he was like, "Man, glad you got some gold again." You know, there's still only one champion in this group that matters, and the whole time Fletcher's face is like, "Who's this guy think he is?" Really great stuff. But they're clearly building towards Kyle versus Kevin Knight at some point.
Yes.
Don't know when we get that, but very excited for that. And I don't think these guys are going to get along for very long. It's very clear that they don't very much like each other.
I still hate Jet in the Don Callis family. I still think that was a stupid move. But this segment this week was like, oh, I like this. Like when Kyle Fletcher's face, when Jet was talking shit, I was like, oh, I like this a lot. And Jet being like, Kyle Fletcher, he's cool, but like the Jet is here. I'm like, oh, okay, I see where this is leading, and I think that's going to be pretty hot. Mixed in with the Andrade stuff too, of being like, y'all over on some bullshit. Like I like all the kind of stuff kind of surrounding the Don Callis family right now.
I'm embarrassed to tell you guys how long I laughed at that backstage segment after Andrade came out there and was taunting them. It's like, come on, come get me. And he runs back there and they're fighting Darby. And Brian Cage picks up the, the skateboard. And he's like, yeah, come on, Darby. And then the skateboard explodes in his face, bro. The skateboard exploding in his face like some Home Alone booby trap.
Right.
And then
yeah.
Brian is like rolling around on the ground like he's so hurt. Bro, I was dying, man.
They did rig up some old Kevin from Home Alone stunts right there.
Bro, I was dying. And then they turned around and Andrade's standing there with the trigger and he's like, it was him.
Trigger.
How you know? And he's got this huge, he's got like this huge pyro controller in his hand. He's like, how you know? Hilarious, man.
And they drop it. He starts kicking this big giant receiver around. I'm like, this is such a silly segment and it's taking a lot. But I like every single one of the guys in this segment, so I'm here.
Yeah, very, very funny stuff. Bro, Andrade as a babyface needed to happen, man. He's so hot right now as a babyface. I see that they've immediately changed direction because he was saying all this time that he wanted a world title match. And this time around, he said, I'm going to take something from you guys. I'm going to take one of your belts. And so, yeah, it seems like he'll be challenging for either the national belt or the international belt or the TNT title soon.
Yeah, that was another thing that got me excited because I was like, okay, the three champions in there, if Andrade gets in a feud with Kevin Knight or Kyle Fletcher, like either one of those are some heat. So like, again, maybe sometimes too much Don Callis family, but they have so many heavy hitters that like all the stories I'm interested in. It's great.
Yeah. I left out, man. I know people think we hate this guy, but I got to give credit to Jericho when he does come back, and the matches have been hidden so far. I do think like the matches have been straightforward. They've been kind of a return to what he was initially doing with AEW, and I still think that all of his feuds go on a bit too long. But I did like the Ciampa match to start the show more than I thought I was going to.
Me too. I've liked almost, besides like a couple of the talking segments that he's done that were just a little too silly, everything that Jericho's done in ring since returning, I'm like, I like this. This is good. Yeah. A good match with Ciampa, some good stuff with Ricochet. Like, if he just works, gets a little bit of time, there's focus on it, there's some intensity in the rivalry, it works, and it's been working for Chris Jericho. So shout out to him. Him and Ciampa had a really fun one to start with. They're on the beach. They utilize the area. Like, I'm not mad at it, but if this continues for 6 more months, then I'm going to be mad at it.
No, this does not need to keep going for too long, but I really like this. Ciampa's another guy that has been having great TV matches. Ciampa. Yeah, the finish to this was very funny to me as well. Ciampa throws sand in Jericho's eye and then comes back and hits him with the big knee to win. And the whole time he's like clapping hard, like he's like he just won the biggest match of his career. Very funny stuff. Ciampa's been, man. I think Ciampa's arguably AEW's best signing of the year. He's been such a great addition to his company.
Yeah, the way that he's been working on TV, the intensity he brings, every match feels like a real fight. Like he's trying to rip some guy's eye out or something. Like the bit that they did afterwards with the drill and the security guys. I'm like, Ciampa's adding a really refreshing, because he's not a champion and he's not in, but like a really refreshing, you can feud with this guy and it's going to be meaningful and it's going to feel like a real feud. And like he's such a welcome addition to the company.
Yeah, Jordan, his reaction to that bald guy in the front row that he kissed on top of his head, very funny stuff, man. What a guy. What a guy, Ciampa, man.
Tremendous. He's great.
Came out there and like just slammed Jericho's head on those steps right before that, which looked crazy.
Got him.
Yeah, what a guy. But yeah, I thought like most of like the in-ring stuff on this show was like very good. Like I said, the Takeshita match, I don't really love the idea that we went from Takeshita feuding with Okada after we waited so long for that Okada match, and then he beat Okada, won the belt, and then he just lost the belt to Fletcher, and it's like there was really no weight put on it. I don't really like that, but it's a minor gripe.
For what it took to get the belt off Okada, how he carried that championship, and what it took for Takeshita to get the match with Okada, and for the match and all the stuff surrounding it, and it's kind of like it's over. Is what it feels like. It's like it too soon. It all happened too quickly. Like I'm not mad at Kyle Fletcher being champion at all. The match was incredible, but it feels like maybe him doing the G1 it clouded a little bit of what happened, but it felt like it happened a little too quickly getting the belt off of him.
Yeah, and I mean, I assume
really established him as champion essentially.
No, and I assume there's going to be a rematch between Takeshita and Fletcher at some point. But
definitely,
yeah, I didn't really love how we got here, and Okada didn't really have a presence on this show either. That was kind of strange. I thought it would have been great if you at least brought a tease here, and so if you're not going to do MJF versus Omega at the pay-per-view, you could do Okada versus Omega at the pay-per-view. That's a big match that you could do a redemption, and it would fit the name redemption because Okada beat Omega last year.
Right. I didn't even think about this. That is a big match to run in Montreal for the AEW World Championship because the other match wasn't for the World Championship either.
Yeah. Yeah, and that way at least because it seems like Omega's going to have a short run. All of us are assuming at this point that Ospreay's going to win it all in. Definitely. But at least if you ran the Okada match at Redemption and he got that big match and win under his belt, that would be something to add to this title reign.
We've never had that match for the world title. We've never had that match with such high stakes. And then if we look back at Omega's second AEW reign, what's it going to say? And if it says that you beat Okada, that's going to mean something.
Yeah. Yeah, beating Okada going in all in, that makes Omega feel like a bigger threat too.
Yeah, that's a pretty good story here, actually.
So, and I mean, they could still do that. I just was surprised that Okada didn't have any presence on this show.
Nowhere to be found.
The Casino Gauntlet. The way this was put together was a bit awkward.
I'd say so.
It clearly was a vehicle to bring Willow back
Yes.
And to put Willow in the world title picture. And in that way, it succeeded. The crowd did go nuts for Willow, but I thought it all kind of landed flat, to be honest. I was kind of surprised. And it could be just because it felt so predictable. Because as soon as Willow came in, it was just like, okay, match is over.
That was it. Like, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the whole thing kind of felt like that. I'm a gigantic Willow fan. We've talked about it on the podcast. We kind of knew the direction of it. And like, even with the pre-tapes and things that they were showing weeks leading up to this, it was like, we all know that the redemption story has kind of changed from Kenny's redemption because he's going to achieve before to maybe that's Willow's redemption. But Phil, is it just me who is a huge Willow fan? It doesn't feel like she needs redemption from anything, though. Like, it doesn't feel like there's something that even the stories of the vignettes of her coming back, it's like, but you weren't, how long were you gone though? Like I closed my eyes and it feels like it didn't, like everything they're trying to attach to it, it doesn't feel like, it feels extra. And it's like, that's not the story of Willow. Isn't you forcing a story. It's like who she is and who she represents and how she is on screen. Like, we don't have to do all this because Willow's already the story. And it seems like they're trying to tell an extra story to get us to a point, and like, we didn't need that.
It kind of feels like what we were saying about WWE earlier, where this was always the plan, Mercedes versus Willow. And so when Willow got injured, this is our way of trying to get her back around to that match. And I think they probably should just pivot it. Because like, if you tell this story of this redemption and Willow wins here and she just wins the title, I don't think she's going to win it all in. And I don't think she should win it all all in. Right. And so it's like, I don't know if it was worth it to like do all of these hype packages for her and then potentially give her a world title win at redemption just to have Mercedes beat her in a month.
That's why, because it felt muddied up. Because I'm like, aren't
Yeah.
we leading to Mercedes redemption? Phil, that's what it felt like. Like it felt like Mercedes lost all of her belts. She's coming back. She's trying to get back on to being crowned the thing. But then they're like, actually, we're telling Willow's redemption story in the middle of it. So I'm like, well, what's going to happen at All In? Now I'm super confused as like, what I assume what the match is, but what's the result going to be? Because like I thought Mercedes was going to be this coming in, but like Willow having all this and then losing the belt in the month seems kind of crazy also too.
Yeah. We'll see how it plays out, but yeah, even just how this match was put together, I didn't believe anybody was winning until Willow came in. And as soon as Willow came in, I was like, oh, Willow's just gonna win. That's it. They didn't really make anyone in this match feel like they could win this. And even with the matches they did last week to set up the gauntlet and put Maya in at one of the top spots and put Athena in, again, it just felt like they were just there to lose. And I mean, given what you just did with Maya in the Owen tournament, wasn't the biggest fan of that. Just putting her straight in here, and it was very apparent she wasn't going to win. And the same thing with Athena. I had the same complaint about Athena going into the Owen, and as soon as this was announced and she was put in, I was like, well, Athena's not winning, so. And honestly, I think Athena versus Tekla at Redemption is a more interesting match, but that could be just because I wanted Tekla to win. But I don't know.
And again, like we were talking about, Tekla is looming in the background. Like Tekla shouldn't just be the pawn to get to Mercedes and Willow also. You know what I mean? Like it's like, oh, the writing's on the wall. Willow's going over, and then Tekla's just nothing and nobody, when like she should play a bigger story in this, you know?
I hadn't thought about that pile driver, but it's kind of too late to do it. Well, pile driver saying Mina should have won. Need Tekla to, I hadn't thought about it for the reasons you're talking about, sir. But I hadn't thought about it. But like, I think the storyline of Mina going into Redemption and beating Tekla is more interesting, considering what they had with her and the Tony Storm stuff that never played out into anything anyway. And you already had the Mina and Mercedes stuff lingering from earlier this year that didn't really pay off into anything either. And so the idea of Mina going into All In as champion against Mercedes is also an interesting story. But yeah.
But this isn't against Willow, because I think it's incredible. I think that match is going to be amazing at All In. But I just think there was a couple of different stories that could potentially be told that could have been a little bit stronger going into the show.
Yeah, and I just didn't think the way that this match was put together, I don't think it was executed well. Obviously, Willow got a good reaction, but just like, even like the finish of the match and everything, it just was kind of clunky. And even the stuff afterwards,
a little bit abrupt also.
Yeah, it was kind of abrupt and clunky. And then even the stuff afterwards with Divine Dominion, like standing up there, their arms raised, I was like, what's going on here? There's a lot happening here.
Mercedes comes in and knocks everybody out with the belt. She's in the middle of the ring. It's like, okay, all right.
Yeah, it wasn't executed great. It just felt like a lot happening. If this was just supposed to be Willow's moment, you probably didn't need all of that.
They did a couple of things with it, because they're probably like, well, the pop and the win was the moment, and we can kind of get heat on everybody else. And maybe it was just too much heat on too many people in one segment.
Yeah, sure seems like they're setting up Sisters of Sin versus Divine Dominion, which, great. Big tag match, but
the main event, the women's world title match at tag team title match at All In should be with the Brawling Birds, though. Like, I hope this is like, the redemption match could be against Sisters of Sin, but the All In match needs to be the Brawling Birds winning at All In against.
Yeah, and we got a Birds video package, so hopefully this is leading to them returning and getting their big tag match at All In,
because they're awesome. But yeah, we talked about it. Feel like we both had the same consensus that it felt a little bit flat, and I don't know if there's anything that could have changed it with how it was presented.
Yeah. And it should be stated that I think it was Alvarez when he talked about it. It seems like they tried to play it by ear when Willow got injured. They vacated the belt because they thought maybe the injury was more serious than it was. And then, when she had some time away and had time to recuperate from it, she came back quicker than they expected. And so they just figured, okay, this was the plan anyway, so let's just circle back to it.
Keep doing it.
Which, when people are like, oh, this was probably a work, I don't know if I would jump to that conclusion that the injury was a work. Probably not the best idea for your champion to say that on commentary, but
the first thing Tekla says when she sees Willow, was she even really injured? I'm like, I don't know if
that was a great idea.
You sure about that?
Yeah. But it just does look that way because you just crowned your TBS title, your champion last week. And then Willow's back the following week, and they've been already airing the video packages teasing her to come back even before last week. So, yeah, it looks away, and I think that that's part of how this the execution of this was like not great. But I'm not going to complain about potentially getting Willow versus Mercedes. I do think that is a big all-in caliber match.
2 black women on Showcase again. We could never be mad at it.
Yeah, of course not. But yeah, overall, like this show, like the venue, the matches we got, I thought it lived up to it. I thought the crowd worked great. Mox being Mox. I still think it's funny that these 2 guys and Ospreay and Mox are teaming up now, but Ospreay still does his entrance with elevator and everything, comes in the right way, and Mox is like, nope, I'm still coming in from over there. I'm still coming in from the crowd. And even when they won, Ospreay's like standing in a ring watching Mox go out through the crowd. Funny. And he's just like, kind of like, yep, well, I'll see you later, buddy.
Ospreay's like, hey, I guess I'm going this way, the opposite way. I love it. That contrast is making it's adding something to it too. Cause it's like, they're saying Ospreay is Death Riders. He's in the gang, but he's still his own person.
Yes. The stuff with Ospreay and MJF backstage I thought was good as well.
I like that segment a lot.
Yeah, I thought that back and forth was great. Max making a point of like, man, you guys are saying all these, you guys should get the main event because you guys are wrestlers, but I am a star, and that's why I should main event. I don't care what you guys can do in the ring. And
he was spinning.
Yeah, I think it was great for his argument for why he should be in the main event of All In. When you consider everything he's done this year, yeah, he does have a strong argument that it should be him walking in the All In as champion. Yeah. And I also love it because it's a little bit meta when you look at what we just talked about with WWE and how they're booking their shows and how no matter what, the biggest star is going to be at the top of the card because of star power. And that's so when you look at it in terms of like wrestling as a whole right now, yeah, Max is kind of have a point of like, yeah, I thought we were in the business of putting the biggest stars at the top of the show, so it should be me.
Max is like, y'all over here talking about stars and ratings and having the best match, and he's like, I want to put the biggest stars in the match, and so that's why I should be there. Love that thing of like, I'm gonna step on your parade, and then he spits in his face disgustingly. They brawl, and then Max is like, I'm gonna kill your mentor right here tonight, and it's gonna be all your fault. Super heated segment.
Yeah. Kenny Omega's a dead man. Yeah, great stuff with the American flag waving in the background. Florida. Yeah. I kept thinking that the entire time during this segment. Florida.
You gotta love it.
But yeah, that got us to the main event. Excellent main event.
Wow.
This was great. They took a risk. Took a big hard swing with going with the stipulation. for a TV match, and really going for a title change again on TV after they did the Darby title change. But I thought this was great. I thought this was better than their Dynasty match.
It was.
And I think it was better than a Dynasty match because the storytelling in the match was better, and it was more concise. It felt like they tried to do so much in that Dynasty match, and I thought this match worked better because of the opposite.
Yeah, totally. It's like sometimes Max's bits can be a lot. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, he's in a match. Like I always harken back to the infamous hated Jay White match, and it's like it's because there's just a little too many antics in what Max is trying to do. I thought the antics in this was perfect. Like the 1 count kick out in this was so fucking perfect because it was Max's antics of a low blow and a belt shot, which we've seen this guy do before. And it's like, we've seen this guy win championships and screw people, screw our favorite wrestlers and win like this. And then Kenny kicks out at 1 and it enhances it because we've seen this one moment before. I thought Max was fucking tremendous in this. Like from the starting from that segment with the Ospreay, adding the intensity, then coming down. And I was like, is any of this, because we all knew what the result was. I was all, is any of this is going to be telegraphed? And so Max comes down and they drop that big fucking 3-time champion. I'm like, oh, he's doomed. As soon as they said how many times he had been champion, I'm like, oh, there it is right there. He's saying it out loud. But even throughout, he still played it as I'm the world champion and I'm going to win this match no matter what. Yeah.
I thought that like Kenny's desperation came off very well in this match. I've seen other people on Twitter say like retire the 1 count, like the 1 kick out at 1 because Kenny's one of the only people in wrestler that does it well. It's not just how he sells it, but the placement of it in this match was perfect because it fit the story perfectly. It wasn't just he's kicking out at 1 just to kick out at 1. It was perfect with the story they're telling with what everybody had told Kenny going into this match of, you can't do this. It's not that I don't think you're better than him. It's Max. He's going to cheat. And so when he did cheat, it was like, oh no, he's going to win just like everybody told he was going to win. And this big moment of willpower where he jumped out and kicked out at 1, I thought it was perfect. When Kenny kicked out, where he got both his shoulders off the mat as well, that was a great kick out as well.
Unbelievable.
Even some of the outside stuff, Kenny doing a big moonsault off of the lifeguard stand. He's not quite the Kenny we remember. He's missing a gear, but he's still got that explosiveness. He still put the snap on those V triggers. Some of those V triggers he was hitting in the corner and on a rope. Whew.
That's what I thought was really great about this match in particular. Like, because we were talking about Punk earlier, like Kenny's not Kenny from 2018. He's not 7-star Kenny Omega anymore, but he's gotten to the spot where he's working smarter, and the way that he works smarter is better than everybody. Like, it's just like the way that he bumps, the way that he sells. He knows, like you described, when to add in the 1 count, when to add in these special moments. And there was a lot in this match that I thought went well with that. And so coming into it, it's like Kenny's dominating the first part of the match. And I'm like, damn, is he just going to essentially kick Max's ass and beat him in 4 minutes? And like they were building to something. Kenny starts hitting all these high spots. He hits the moonsault, hits the tope over the top. And I love how they kind of transition and let Max take over and get into that attacking who Kenny is. Max is younger. He's faster. He can do flips. He can do all these things, and trying to add that in. But just the pure willpower, no pun intended, to get Kenny back into this match. Like you're saying, the storytelling he had in this of like, he might be down and out, but like he's going to the bottom to come back up to the top. Just a tremendous performance from both guys.
Yeah, and I think people have this idea based on, Kenny's track record of, he's a great wrestler because he does like, the heavy strikes and like the big spots, like all the things we know from Japanese wrestling. But the thing that has always made Kenny brilliant is the way he puts his matches together, the way he paces his matches. and everything he puts into in-ring storytelling, and I think he's still extremely good at those things.
So good.
He might not have that third or fourth gear he used to get into, but the points in the match when he decides to like use his athleticism, he's not like going 100 miles an hour the entire match, but those points in the match where he will like step into this mode and then we'll start hitting like the V triggers and like go into like trying to close the match. That's what makes him great, man. And he in this match, he's like trying to smother Max at the beginning of the match, like you said, trying to dominate. But then when Max starts pacing it and getting into his game, you see he starts struggling. But then, like I said, his kickouts towards the end of the match, like the final stretch of the match, is so good. When he hits those V triggers on a rope, and it just feels inevitable that he's going for the one-winged angel. It just feels like the last note. By the time he hits the one-winged angel, we all know it's over.
It's over. We knew where it was leading to. We knew what was happening. Max still trolling him at the beginning, being like, I kicked out of the one-winged angel. Like, I've done this. Like, this is going to be a cakewalk, was tremendous. But Kenny, like you said, locking into to that championship spirit and knocking Max the fuck out. And it was another, like, prediction. I knew this. I could see this coming from a mile away. Like, even when the match started, we knew where it was going. But when he won, it still hit so hard because of like who Kenny is, where he came from. This company's founded off of the backs of what he did. And like he came in and didn't want to be champion at first. And then he was champion during the pandemic when shit was weird. And he was also TNA champion. And now he's like in this moment, in this story with Ospreay, has this stuff with Max. There's all this kind of background thing. He was out for a while, like so many things to get him back to the world championship, and he's the world champion again, like he should be in AEW. Still felt so good.
Yeah, and I think that the part of storytelling that worked as well is because we built this up as Max was in there when Cody lost to Jericho and he threw that towel in, and he was in there and he beat Hangman at Revolution, so he's seen it. And so you could see towards the end of this match that he realized the longer the match went on, oh, this guy's different. When I beat Hangman, it was different. Like, this guy's different. And I thought all of that worked very, very well in this match. I thought the Ospreay inclusion was good as well. He didn't interfere in the match. He just snatched the ring off of Max's finger. So Kenny still really won on his own. Very interesting choice that we didn't get the Bucks here. I kept expecting to see the Bucks.
Because you told the story on the thing last week about how they weren't there previously. They've been connected in certain different ways. And then they just weren't here at all for this. When the whole thing last week with Nick and Matt in the back telling him, that felt like they were going to accompany him after that little segment and what happened. And I was super surprised not to see them here.
Yeah, I thought for sure if anybody was going to help Kenny when he pulled out the ring, it was going to be the Bucks, and it ended up being Ospreay.
Huh. Okay. I don't know why they weren't there, but I guess it didn't take away from the story of them not being there.
Yeah, I think it was just one of those things. As somebody that's been a fan of the Elite and, what brought me to this company, I think that would have been a good note going into All In of like the Bucks, especially because of the way they reunited last year and the Bucks coming out to help him. And, Kenny won in front of, if I remember correctly, when he won at Winter Coming, was that in front of a crowd or no?
I don't think so. No.
Because he was a big part of his championship reign was during the pandemic, obviously. Yeah. So some of that stuff was in empty arenas. I cannot remember. I'm pretty sure there was a crowd at Winter's Coming, but for some reason I cannot remember. But that was a long time ago. It's crazy to think about that was
different time.
That was 7 years ago, which even that in itself, it's been that long since Kenny was champion. That's wild to think about.
Where did all the time go? Unbelievable. But yeah, we're back. We did it. A tremendous match. Both, like I said, both guys killed it. There was high spots and high moments from both. They both played great offense and defense, and the finish hit hard. And like the crowd was into every moment of the match, and that also enhanced it.
Yeah. And wait, I'm wrong. That wasn't 7 years ago. That wasn't that long ago. What am I talking about? That
It was
was
2021, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was not 2019. Why did I think it was 2019? Sorry, had a brain fart. Sorry, guys. But yeah, this was great. Kenny going into All In. This is Kenny's first All In main event, which is also wild to think about.
That's crazy.
He has never main evented this event, even the first one. It's wild to think about. I was thinking about the first All In the other day, and how some people have tried to rewrite history and be like, that's in a lot of ways that's Cody's event. I mean, the biggest moment of the night is Cody winning the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. That got like the loudest reaction in the audience. And then like the concept and everything, Cody was the one to make the bet with Meltzer, and that's how we got the name of All In and just like everything around it. A lot about that event is tied to Cody. But yeah, Kenny is not main evented any All In. The closest we've gotten to a big All In match was last year when he had his Okada match. But Wembley Stadium, he hasn't had a big one-on-one match. So this felt like it was long overdue.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this. Coming in as the world champion too, Phil, I think it just means a lot. It's against Ospreay. Like, this is where we were always supposed to land and end up. And we might get some, we don't know what we're going to get on the way up to All In. We got Redemption coming up. We don't know who's going to wrestle there. We don't know if they're going to do any TV matches on the way. We don't know what's going to happen. Like, this feels pretty intriguing, even though it's going to be a short amount of time.
Yeah. But yeah, I love the story so far. I think the story here, it's not just that I think the match with Kenny and Ospreay is going to be better. I think there's a better story with Kenny and Ospreay as well. The parallels between both of these guys, of guys that came from New Japan, and they were immediately like made out to be like the next face of this company, like the heir apparent, and then like the ties with Mox as well. Like obviously Kenny and Mox have not got along from day one. I mean, when Mox debuted, the first thing he did was attack Kenny Omega, and the point he's been making for the last 2 weeks or so, if he wants to get a world title run that he could be proud of, and you know, he regretted how he won the championship the first time. The guy that he cheated and beat the first time was Jon Moxley. So of course, Jon Moxley is back there in Ospreay's ear, basically like, you can't trust this guy. And it's like the unspoken tension between Ospreay and Omega now, because Mox is in his corner. I think that's very good. Like all the continuity from like year one of this company that's playing into storyline, I think it's really good. And then you have like Kenny and Ospreay's history and how that plays into this. But yeah, Omega's got to be looking around like, yeah, it's not just that it feels like it's Ospreay's time and he's clutching this belt like, I'm going to have to beat this young, hungry guy. But also, he's got to be afraid that Ospreay might do the same thing to him that he did to Moxley at Winter is Coming.
Yeah, that has to sit in the back of his mind, especially with how Ospreay is now Death Riders and what he just saw him do to Swerve in that match of like, not only do I have to wrestle this kid who is like on a collision course to become world champion, he might try to break my neck on the way to becoming world champion.
He might try to break my neck. I don't know if the Death Riders are going to try to help him win. I don't know what's going to happen. And I am not the same guy that I was when I won the championship. And yeah, there's a lot of variables that goes into this. I think like Mox's inclusion to it adds such an interesting wrinkle because of his history with Kenny. And yeah, very excited to see how this build plays out. I am kind of surprised with where Ospreay is right now. Like, do you think like the reactions to him, like compared to last year to where they are now, like, do you think it's like as foregone of a conclusion?
No, it's a little bit different where we're landing now. Like, I feel like when he first came in, it was all automatic. Like, it should this is like an undeniable force. I feel like he's still an undeniable force now, but it's different. Like the things,
Yeah.
like even the story of him with the Death Riders, like everything is just landing different. When he came in, he was with Don Callis, and they're doing this stuff with Kenny. Now he's with this guy. He's with these guys, and he's in a different mind state, and he was wrestling a little bit different. There's just so many different things. And the AEW crowd, he's established here now. Like they know what he is, who he's going to bring to the table, what he's going to do. And they want him to have a big moment, but it's landing differently.
Yeah. And, it's so funny because I've seen people that are like, what does Ospreay have to learn from Moxley? You mean a 4-time AEW world champion? The ace of this company? Yeah. If anything, he should go and be mentored by that guy. And that's also got to stick in Kenny's craw a little bit, because it's like, well, wait a minute. Why do you feel like you got to be mentored to this guy? But it's like, all of this was laid out at Kenny's feet in 2019. And he kind of didn't live up to the expectations that everybody had for him. Don't get me wrong. Now he's a Grand Slam champion and all these other things. But, he was already a Grand Slam champion. First Grand Slam champion. Now he's a 2-time champion. But when you compare it to Mox, though, Mox has been undeniably the ace of this company, not Kenny Omega.
For a long time. It's crazy because I was last night talking to somebody. I was out at a show. They were asking me, what do you do? I have a podcast, blah, blah, blah. And then we started talking. Oh, he was like, I was at the first event, the Double or Nothing in Vegas. I was there too. And I was, Moxley and Kenny Omega have been doing this dance since the beginning. Like, they're the oldest AEW feud there is, right? Like, if we're talking about just the company, like they came in the gate fighting each other.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't agree with that. Cocaine. Because he's saying it makes Ospreay look like a young boy less than. I don't think so, because I think it matters that Mox has been like, I see it in you. Like, he hasn't given that endorsement to anybody else. Like, none of the other Death Riders have gotten this endorsement from him. And, like, no, I think Ospreay looks like the guy. I think that's what Mox sees in him.
Yeah, I don't think Mox treats Ospreay like he treats Daniel Garcia. Like, I feel like they're two different worlds. Like the way that Daniel's been presented in the group, the way that Mox, when they have backstage segments, they interact, it's totally different. Mox is like, no, I think he's never been like, I think Daniel Garcia is the next world champion. And he said that about Ospreay, and he thinks that he can exceed to higher places. It feels like it's moving a little bit differently.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly there's going to be an Ospreay Mox match at some point. Definitely. Ospreay is going to beat Mox as champion. I definitely believe that.
Even if it's like they're not breaking up the group, but they're having a match and the pat on the back at the end when Ospreay beats him, like it's going to be something like that.
Yeah, I definitely think that that's coming at some point. I think people that think, well, this is just going to lead to him staying in Death Riders from now on. I wouldn't be surprised if he eventually defects from the Death Riders, or he takes Moxley's place as the leader. I would not be shocked at either of those outcomes.
Yeah, could be either. But yeah, the end of All In is still Ospreay holding up the world title, though, regardless of anything we're saying.
Absolutely. No, they're like,
it's the only result.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, great stuff so far, man. This was no matter what you think of both companies, and I'm definitely not one of those. Watch all wrestling, guys. Enjoy y'all wrestling. Look, man, watch what you like. Watch what you like. But for a week where we got 2 big title changes, we had 2 like really strong main events. I thought it was a great week for pro wrestling.
I mean, CM Punk and Kenny Omega are world champions in both companies. That's hilarious at the same time. I still want to see that match someday, maybe. Like, I think it's great. Like, if you like real wrestling, you like main events, you like shit that has some story, like, you were satisfied as fuck this week on both shows.
Yeah, no. You'll never see me be one of those people that are like, "Oh, you should love all wrestling. Everybody's giving you great wrestling, and don't play into this tribalism stuff." I do think some of this tribalism stuff is tired, but at the end of the
Absolutely.
day, watch what you like, man. Like
Yeah.
you do not have to watch everything. If you don't
Deep
like a show, stop watching it.
Don't watch it just because it's on. That's not a thing. Or hate watching. Definitely don't hate watch. Please don't hate watch. That is not fun. It's not fun.
Yeah. We got some super chats here.
Yes, sir. 8 Ball Marcusili says, in order to push Oba, trick Braun to main events, you have to scale back push of 2 from the list. Roman, Cody, Punk, Rollins. Who would you choose? So the homie Steven saying, in order to get these new guys in there, you got to eliminate Roman, Punk, Cody, or Rollins. Which one would you choose? Or push 2 of them from the list?
Rollins, because I think he's done about everything there is to do with this company at this point. And it don't matter what he wins at this point, he's never going to be seen as the number one guy of this era.
Over Roman, for sure.
No. Mm-hmm. So you've got to it at this point. And I think he's shown you at other times that he can do something else, like be IC champion or something, to elevate other guys. Right now, I kind of feel like Cody. I feel like Cody and Rollins are the choices, because I think Cody needs to figure out something else outside of the world title picture, because it's not that I think his first reign was good up until the end of it, but I just don't think they found that story with him as champion that is that interesting. And for as long as he's been champion, I don't think you need to keep him in there much longer. So I think it's Rollins and Cody personally,
because he still doesn't have a career rival, really. You know what I mean? Like he had the Roman stuff, he had the Randy stuff, but there's no, like, he doesn't have like how Cena had Randy or Edge. Like, he doesn't have that we're always going to be connected type thing. And I think that's what can continue on him being world champion. So now they're going to have to figure out different angles for him to do that. But also Cody's like it's like kind of a really good and bad, bittersweet type situation, because like he's done everything in the company in these last couple of years. Like, there's not even really any ground for him to cover. So now you have to navigate that of like, we don't really need to check boxes with anything in the next year or so with Cody, but like we have to have him in the mix. That can't mean like he's nothing because he's done everything.
Yeah. So. Are your two the same or no?
Yeah, I think mine would be the same too. I'd say Cody and Rollins too, because I think there's still Roman, like we've been talking about on the show. Roman ain't ready to give up the fucking spot, and I think you can have, for however long we have Punk, we got him in a good position. Like, he's going to be a top guy if he's 2, 3, 4 more years in the company, and like you got to ride that wave.
Yeah, he hadn't been champion that long when he came back. I think at least you have some more mileage out of Punk as champion. I'm seeing a lot of people
just say that about Cody already. Of like, what is this?
I just think they've kind of. It's crazy to think about, but they've kind of misused him as champion too, especially during WrestleMania season.
Yeah.
And I just think he kind of needs a break from the world title picture to do something else. I see a lot of people in our chat say it should be Roman. In a perfect world, I would say Roman too, but it's so clear to me that the company is not going to take him out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is still Roman's company, and I think that's part of what's hurt Cody as champion as well, is that they've never fully handed the keys to the kingdom over to Cody. It's like, here, we'll let you rent the house for a little bit, but make no mistake, this is still Roman's company. And
it's like that furniture staying in there. You can rent the house, but that's Roman's furniture, though. Don't take that out.
If it were me and I was making a choice, I think you could just move on from Roman, but they're not going to. And I mean, I think at this point, like, what is there to still do that we don't know about Roman? Like, Roman, He's done it. His legacy.
He's talking about running the gauntlet. He's done everything. Like I said that about Cody, but I really can say that about Roman. He's done everything.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Roman stuff isn't that interesting either. This bloodline stuff, I'm not really that into it. And I think that the part of it that's hurting it as well is it doesn't need to be on both shows. Like, it's just too much of it. And I don't think any of it is that interesting either.
This is so funny that you say that too, because you immediately were like Rollins, and the reason that you're saying that is because of Roman again. Like it all just goes back to Roman. Like Rollins, we should be watching Rollins as a top guy for the next 10 years, but we're not going to because Roman is going to be living there in that top spot. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a world where Rollins should be on a higher plane, but Roman's always been right there to kind of knock him down. Because Rollins is a younger dude. Like he still has 10 more years of being a top guy if we're keeping it real, you know?
Yeah, but as long as Roman is there, it's never going to be. And now you've got younger guys coming up. It's not going to happen.
I think it's too late to be the number one guy. Like he's going to continue to be a top guy, but he'll never ever be the number.
He'll never be number one guy. No. Roman, at this point in his career, it's funny. I think he's kind of at where Braun is at, where it just feels like everything is changing around him, and it's kind of time to focus on somebody else. But the difference is, basketball is real life, and we're going on meritocracy of people winning. When you can just decide to keep somebody in the type spot because you write the stories, why wouldn't you keep LeBron James as the number one guy in the league? And that's what's happening with Roman. It just feels like everything is changing around him where it's time to focus on somebody else, but this company's not going to do that.
If LeBron James can retire now, or I can write him in for 5 more years, I'm going to write him in for 5 more years.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. I mean, you see it with like all the ESPN coverage. They're still trying to talk about this guy like he could be a number one option on a team, and that time is over. And I think that that's part of the way that he's responding to the stuff with the Lakers. Like, oh, I wanted to leave them, and not the other way around. No, dog, it ain't. That's Luka's team now. Your time is over, dog. You're 42 years old, man. And I think the same thing has happened with Roman. He did it. He had this big 4-year run, but they're not ready to move on from him. It's very clear they're not ready to move on. And he's clearly not ready to move on to something else because that Hollywood run didn't turn into what we thought it was going to. And so you're getting another year or two of Roman. And I mean, like I said, if it's my choice outside of like what I think this company's going to do, I think Oba should beat this guy. But I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah. That's why I was saying, like, I went with that because I just know the company wouldn't. Like, yeah, if they're saying moving the next guys, Roman's the first guy, I would say, but that's not what this is.
No. And like if we're talking about realistically to the question, my bad, I don't remember who sent the super chat, but if we're realistically to that question, I think the answer is probably Cody and Rollins. But based on the way this company books, it's not gonna be Roman. Probably.
And is it Matt? What are his words still matching? Is the business? Is it still all about him? Are the houses still because of Roman? Is he still bringing in people to the seats, or is it just like he's continuing the thing that he's been saying for so long?
There's a little cap because I say over and over, Cody kind of saved them. Cody saved that company.
Yeah, and
some people don't want to acknowledge that, but he did. If Cody did not come along, there was nobody lined up to beat Roman.
He would still be champion right now.
And he gave them somebody that could step in immediately, that they didn't have to do the work to build up to be heir apparent with Roman away. They didn't have that.
Yeah.
And so there's a little cap to that. But the other part of it is, I felt bad for Rollins because when he was saying the stuff on Monday, I was like, no, he's right. And the fans shouldn't like this, but they don't care. They're going to cheer for Roman anyway. When Roman told him, you work twice as hard as I do, but I make more money than you, and he got cheered for that. And Rollins was like, that made me sad. And I was like, it should, because that's not what the game should be. you're a guy that gets to come and show up half of the year and do less, and you make more money than Seth. That shouldn't be what it is. Mm-mm. And people are cheering that like it's a good thing. That's not a good thing.
Yeah. Anytime they cheer, I'm don't have to do this. I'd be at home. It's like, but don't you want to see these superstars though? It doesn't really.
Yeah, and apparently, like Seth is essentially saying, I do all of this for the love of the game. That guy has never been about that. That guy has been about money. He has been about himself. And people are cheering and booing Rollins, and he's looking around like, why am I being booed? Why am I wrong? Mm-hmm. But it doesn't matter. That's why. It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Roman's their guy. It's not going to change.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Never. And again, why would it? Like, if you can ride these waves, keep riding them, G.
Yep, and that's why I firmly believe that Roman will be champion well into next year. I would not be surprised if we get all the way to WrestleMania and Roman is still champion.
Absolutely.
I don't think they should do that, but I definitely think that's what's going to happen.
I definitely see him going into WrestleMania next year as champ, so. So who's going to beat him before then? Rollins?
No, absolutely not. Not winning SummerSlam. And no, I think, you could do a Money in the Bank cash-in or something on Roman, but
sure.
Just don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Like, who's going to do that? One of his family members, Jay?
Like I said, right. I mean, the story right now is LA Knight. LA Knight should win Money in the Bank, and LA Knight cashing in on him. And even if it's just to have a short title reign, I think that's the story. But I don't think they're going to do it.
I can't see it.
Me neither.
The homie Anwar Starwin says, Media Man, what company taught you that wrestling was a variety show? When did both of your opinions evolve beyond Stanford logic? Enjoy your weekends. WWE taught me that wrestling was a variety show because I was like, what's all of this? Like, all the time, like, good or bad or whatever comes with it. It's always was like, oh, there could be a tag team match. There could be a 6-man match. There could be a one-on-one match. There could be a fucking turkey coming out of an egg. There could be a dead zombie. Like, there's all these. It could be anything in the world. My opinions evolved beyond Stanford when I saw ECW in 1996, 97, when I was like, oh, wrestling's crazy as hell over there. And then it kind of continued to evolve. In 2001, where the ECW and WCW died, then I got super into independent wrestling, and then it kind of exploded from there.
Yeah. I agree. At one point, when the Attitude Era was going on, it did feel like a variety show. It felt like, it was a show where anything could happen, and you were getting like these like blockbuster main event feuds with somebody like Austin and Rock, but you also were getting like these incredible tag team feuds, and you were getting like all of this like incredible cast of characters and like all these comedy acts and all these other things, hardcore matches and all these other things that were happening.
The Godfather and the oddities and fucking like the Undertaker. Like, it was just a mixed bag of things and people.
Yeah. I would say my viewpoint on wrestling changed a lot because I used to be one of those people that only watched WWE. I didn't watch WCW growing up. I knew what was happening over there, but I didn't watch it. But a lot of what has like changed my modern viewpoint of pro wrestling shouldn't be a surprise to you. It was New Japan. Like, when I started watching New Japan, that kind of changed everything. And that's like that 2016, 2017 period where the Bucks and the Elite were big. Bullet Club was like massive. And that changed everything for the way I look at wrestling.
It was a very pivotal moment, man. Like you're saying, like, that's a big reason why AEW developed into what it was. Like, niggas were off of New Japan for years until Tanahashi and Okada came and saved it, and they had all these extracurricular characters coming and helping too. So, like, just changed the perspective and perception of a lot of people.
Yeah, and I would say, if anything, that changed a lot of my perspective on wrestling is the internet, and just like being able to, have access to more wrestling than I ever did growing up. being able to stream New Japan, being able to stream ROH and stream all of this stuff that I wouldn't have seen otherwise. That completely changed the way I view wrestling.
Pivotal, very important. As somebody who was a tape trader and bought from Smart Mark Video and all this, when it switched to I could find matches and things on the internet, YouTube came out, like the whole world changed essentially.
Yeah, I mean, just even the advent of just YouTube and what the Elite did with YouTube and how being the Elite was such a big part of, like, especially 2017 and moving forward. You know, What Culture and like What Culture Pro Wrestling, like the What Culture guys, like a lot of the way I view like wrestling booking and even the way I talk about wrestling, I think all the time started from watching What Culture videos.
That's what's up. Shout out to the internet. I mean, we're here. Like all of it is, it's so crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that's why sometimes when I look at people that are like, oh, you guys hate the Fed or you guys don't like WWE. No, at one point, that was the only wrestling I watched. I was telling Will this on the phone the other day. I think most people would get it wrong if I asked them to who is my favorite wrestler of all time. I think most people would get it wrong. I guarantee you a good amount of this chat would be like CM Punk, and that's not the answer. I
think most people would probably say Punk.
Yeah, I've seen people that are like, "Oh, it's Rollins." It's not Rollins either. I think most people would get it wrong.
Who is it?
It's The Rock.
The Rock. I thought it was The Rock, but I didn't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah, no, I think most people would say somebody else, but no, it's The Rock for sure.
What can I say except you're welcome? Rock is still my number one interview. I think it's on the horizon, especially with these Moana numbers.
Yeah, I heard something very funny about The Rock the other day, and I was like, what a guy, man.
Incredible guy. Still working like a worker out there. I'm like, you can't beat this guy, dog. He's still applying WWF logic to fucking $50 million deals, dog. This guy's crazy.
Nah, when I first started watching wrestling, nobody was bigger on the list than The Rock for me. Like, I mean, growing up in that era when like he was like the biggest in the world, he was 1A or 1B to Austin, and then when Austin went away, he was the guy. There was nobody bigger than The Rock in wrestling at one point.
Niggas on the street were acting like The Rock. You just be walking down the street and niggas are doing people's eyebrows. Niggas are wearing fake Versace shirts. Like the game was crazy.
Yeah.
Everybody at school wanted to be The Rock. Like times were different.
Yeah.
I remember. Arduit says, happy Grapsody Day. The god of pro wrestling is back.
Great to see Kenny back on top, man. Especially with everything, getting his Wembley match. Like he's long been overdue for this Wembley match. And I forgot who did it, but when they put up all of the all-in main events, and I was like, this feels like it belongs right there, man. Like this is the match. This is absolutely the match that should be happening.
That's what I love about it too, is it's like Kenny didn't become champion for himself. He became champion for Ospreay. Like this is all just like a vehicle for Ospreay, and he doesn't have to, and I think that's amazing. Yeah,
because I mean, there's a big argument that he was overdue another world title reign, and we wanted to see him on top. But if this is him getting however long this reign is going to be to put over Ospreay, especially with how their story started as well, because I think that adds another great layer to it. Their whole feud at the start of this with AEW was that everybody put all these expectations on Ospreay in New Japan because they expected him to be the replacement for Kenny Omega when he went away. And Kenny did not treat Ospreay well. Ospreay resented him because of the way he talked about him when he was away, the way he talked about his matches. And to get to this point where, of all people, the guy that's going to possibly put him over and make him the next guy here is Kenny Omega, you can't write that.
They've been building this for a long time. Very old feud. I love it. It's going to be incredible. And like that match, with those stakes, with that crowd, that's going to be insane. Like that shit's going to be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just think about it. If you go back, if you have a chance today, if you go back and look at the promo from Wrestle Kingdom, where Osprey is like, "Who are you to tell me I didn't earn it? Who are you to tell me I didn't do anything here? Like, I was wrestling here in the pandemic when you were nowhere to be found," and all these things he's saying. And that guy is now a babyface here that Kenny could be putting over. Totally different.
Love it. Fire match, like I said too. Metal Death says, I don't know how, but you guys talking about Shaft and Superfly made me think of Black Dynamite, both the movie and the cartoon. Well, because like Black Dynamite's a play off of those things essentially, and an incredible piece of artwork.
Great movie, man. I think about all the time of him. I threw it before I came in the room. Nunchucks in there. I think about that all the time, man. What a hilarious movie.
So fucking funny. If you guys have never seen Black Dynamite, man, fucking lines on lines.
But Black Dynamite, I sell drugs to the kids.
So good. I might have to watch that.
Yeah. The cartoon is underrated, I think. I'm surprised we didn't get a second Black Dynamite at this point, but might be lightning in a bottle.
Absolutely. Joel Alcoin says, watching this from the start, can't miss the boys. What's one concert you regret not attending? Mine's this stupid ass fool. I hate him. He's the worst. He's from Chicago, but he's a really good rapper. And Kendrick Lamar, I was supposed to go to their concert, and I don't even remember what happened. I had tickets canceled. They moved the date or something weird happened, and I just didn't make it. And I'm like, damn, that concert would have been fire. You went to that? Did you go to that? This terrible guy and Kendrick on tour together.
I've seen Kanye a few times. One of my favorite concerts ever is a Kanye concert.
Yes.
I've seen Kanye twice here. I saw him at United Center for the Glow in the Dark tour. I saw him again for the Watch the Throne tour, and I saw him. I've seen him more than once. I've seen Kendrick here. It was like a small venue. It was like during right around the time To Pimp a Butterfly came out. It might have been like the Riviera or something. But now he's stadiums, man. You're not gonna see him in those kind of venues no more.
But yeah, I had they were on tour, supposed to go on tour together or something, and then it never happened. But that's gonna be the one. Another one was there was this one Rock the Bells. I think it was like 2009 or something. It's an infamous story. If I went with my friends and I didn't have a ticket and I bought a ticket outside and it was a counterfeit ticket and the ticket didn't work and I had to wait the whole show for my friends outside the venue for like 12 hours in the car and trying to figure out things to do. And like, this was the return of Rage Against the Machine. I think it was a Rage Against the Machine reunion, Rock the Bells. And I couldn't get inside to watch it. So that's probably number one.
Concert I regret not going to. It was probably Outkast when they did their last shows in Atlanta.
Yep,
that's probably what it was, because I was trying to get a friend to go, and
that's a really good one.
And I for a long time I would just get up and do things. Like I would not wait for friends. I'd be like, "Oh, I'm going. I already bought a ticket. If you want to go, I already bought a ticket." So I was trying to wait on one of my friends, and we kept putting it off, and then it like sold out. And then they announced another date, and I was like, "We can still go," and we just didn't end up going.
Damn, that's a good one. Missing Outkast. Now that's
in Atlanta, man. Like
that's it.
I should have just went, man.
Every time I see them and think about they were on Coachella and they played those shows, I'm like, damn, man, what a just missed time. Do it again.
Yeah, there's a Lollapalooza that I wanted to go to and I didn't go. And I think Kanye was headlining. This was like 2006, something like that. 2007, maybe. He was headlining. Lupe was on that show. It was a bunch of people on that show, but I didn't end up going. I've never actually been to Lollapalooza, funny enough. And now I feel like I'm out of that age group.
That's how I feel about Coachella. They're like, Coachella's in California. I'm like, I've never even been over there. And like, I really wouldn't go now.
It's a different crowd though, man. Like Lollapalooza is a very young crowd, man. It's not really for me.
I'm not, I don't be in them young crowds.
Yeah, I've seen chant sets from those crowds and different time, bro. Totally different time. But now you could watch like Lollapalooza sets on the internet. Like it's different.
I think they're on Hulu now.
yeah, it's totally different. Oh, it's on Lollapalooza too. Not really my crowd, not really my scene. Maybe if it's a set one year I want to go to, but I don't know.
I didn't think Unks go to festivals. I went to Outside Lands like 3 years ago. That's in San Francisco, Golden Gate Park. And like being outside for 12 hours, there's not really any place to sit. Like, not really the vibe. You got to sit in the mud and drink $10 bottled water. Yeah, not really the vibe.
Yeah. I've gone to festivals here. Like I went to Pitchfork Festival, which I don't even think is a thing anymore.
I don't think they do that anymore.
Yeah, I saw Chance there. Chance brought Kirk Franklin out with him, which
sure.
But that was like Chance at like his biggest, bro. Like that was like acid rap. Like he was like huge at that time.
Bianca Leia says, between y'all and Auntie on Sunday, overbooked. My weekend is set. Tekla for Wembley. 3-way women's match is the play. Carried the division only to not get to shine. Nah, I think Tekla does deserve a reward, but I don't think they're going to make a 3-way match for that.
I don't either. I think it's going to be the one-on-one match as well. But I do think Tekla should get something at All In. If she's not going to be champion, they should have something planned for her.
Like follow up on the Stardom stuff. There's Athena there. There's something you could do. There's something there.
Something. Yeah.
The homie Tyrone Kidd says, shame on y'all. I waited 3 weeks for y'all to compare Ospreay's fall to that one time Michelle fell on 106 in Park. Happy Grapsody.
I saw this clip of Cornette talking about it, how he does not like the Death Rider stuff, and he was making fun of Ospreay falling backstage, and I was like, I thought all of this was funny.
That was hilarious.
I don't know, man, but
Ospreay's face.
Yeah. Mox's face. That's how you could tell it wasn't supposed to happen, because Mox is walking away and he's like, well, he turns around and walks away. All very funny stuff, man. Garcia's just standing there looking at him, trying not to laugh.
Good bit. Sometimes you need that, man. It all can't be serious where it is. Like sometimes it's bits.
Yeah. See, Tekla versus Kyrie. That's right. Kyrie will be a free agent soon. Could happen.
That's right.
Barry,
some things.
Could be a big night at All In. We might see the debut of New Day, because New Day will be free agents by then too.
Them Cope and Christian versus the Bucks, and then it's over, and then the New Day comes down. That's crazy. That's insane. That's wild. That's gonna feed families. I'm here for it. Unk Donk says Oba going over Roman or Seth versus Roman for the 100th times.
Yeah, Roman is going to beat Rollins, but I think you eventually got to put Oba over. But I don't think it's happening anytime soon, guys. Even if they do that match, I don't think Roman's going to lose to him.
Unk Donk also says, but the late match 1 count is Kenny's thing. Yeah, that's what we're trying to say. We're like, it should just be reserved for him at this point, because like anytime anybody else tries to do it, it just seems forced, and he knows the picture perfect time to add it in every time.
Yep.
The other Mikey V says Kenny gear and Final Stretch were Ibushi tributes. Yeah, I love the gear. I love him hitting the moonsault. Always feels like it's for Ibushi. Like, this was some good tributes to him, some good shout outs to him.
Yeah. Hope Kota Ibushi is doing well.
Me too. Speedy recovery. Crazy person. Donk also says Sheamus never got a chance to win the IC title was inexcusable.
Yeah, that's one of the big stories this week. Sheamus is no longer with WWE.
He gone.
Apparently his contract is up. There was talk about him potentially taking a pay cut, and he's gone.
He said,
nah.
And
he confirmed that he's gone on Twitter this week. He is officially done with WWE, which is wild to think about. Sheamus is one of those guys that I thought for sure was going to retire there. But as we talked about before, when we talked about the New Day, I don't think there's anything such thing as a lifer anymore.
They don't do that. You could be there for 20 years and they're like, nice, thanks. See you later. Sheamus has done it a lot in the company, was on top, was been with Cena, been through the ringer. And so this was kind of a surprise to me too, because I thought he'd maybe not for life at this point, but for some more years. And so to see him potentially go somewhere else is pretty surprising. I think there's some life and some legs in his career still, and he could make some noise somewhere.
Yeah, I also saw people that were saying don't want to see this guy anywhere else because Sheamus is what, almost 50?
He's up there.
He's
older.
Yeah, Sheamus is 48.
Yeah, he can still work though.
So
Sheamus is 48. Yeah,
it looks great for his age.
Yeah, he does.
He scared the hell out of me the other day with that picture he put up on of his workout accident where he like split his head open. I was my God.
That looked fucked up.
But yeah, I think obviously with a guy like Sheamus who was never like a tippity top guy, he was never like the guy that you brought in for star power, but the thing you were doing with him in WWE was he was coming in and having the great matches. I mean, he's 2 years removed or so from that WrestleMania match that he just had with Drew McIntyre and Gunther, which I thought was one of the best matches of that weekend. He was like just showing up, having great TV matches, had Copeland's last match in WWE. So he can still go. I just think if you're trying to bring him in to be a guy that's going to be like a ratings boost or something like that, that's a mistake. If you want to bring this guy in and just do like some big matches, do some dream matches, I think he would be a big asset.
And to tell some stories, but like he's not gonna like change the trajectory of your wrestling company.
No, but like if you're like a company that's like you can bring this guy in and have like the big dream matches, like I think he would fit perfectly because I've seen people already like, oh, don't bring this guy to AEW. Like, he's too old. And how many ex-WWE guys you want? And I'm like, I hear you. But Sheamus versus Ospreay sounds fire.
Bring him.
I don't know what y'all are talking about. If that is absolutely a match I would love to see. Like another Claudio match. Bro, Sheamus versus Takeshita would be flames. What are we talking about?
Takeshita is crazy, you guys. Like, that's a fucking bang. Sheamus has had way too many of those sneaky, good, just brawl, like unexpected. Feels like a fucking opening New Japan matches that I'm like, I feel like he'd cook with a lot of guys, and I'm trying to see it. I don't know. What do you want from me?
Yeah, if we're just give us the matches, I don't think he's gonna come in and like I said,
he don't need to be champion. He don't need to be all that.
You're not gonna make this guy world champion. You're not gonna bring him in to like move the needle. But if you just want to have like some matches that we haven't seen, and this guy still thinks there's something he can offer, why not?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, bro, like I said, there's just too many of them. Sheamus Bandito, like that, bro. Come on, bro. There's too many of those kind of matches that I would love to see. I've seen some of these sickos that are like, we can finally get the G1 run. I don't think we're getting this G1 run out of Sheamus at 48 years old. But even regardless, if you're bringing him in here and you can put him against some New Japan guys, like, bro, all of the matches I said. Shingo versus Sheamus, dog.
Shingo and Sheamus is crazy,
bro.
That's
like,
that's crazy.
Yeah, nah, man. Like, there's too many like dream matches I would love to see him in, and I do think he's going to end up somewhere because he's still got something left in the tank.
Yeah, no, it feels like he can land into like MLW and TNA will give their right foot right now for him. So like, there's too many places like that I think would love to have him. That like he's either gonna be all the way out of I'm retired or like everybody's gonna want him. So it's really up to him.
Yeah, and I mean he's made a ton of money.
I'm sure he doesn't feel like a frivolous spender over there. He feels very frugal.
He's made a ton of money, and if he just wants to like show up somewhere and have like matches here and there, I think that there's a ton that they could do with him in AEW.
Bandito and Sheamus is fire. Takeshita and Sheamus is fire. I don't care what y'all say over there.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, it kind of feels like the same thing that we're currently seeing with Ciampa, where you bring a guy in that can have these kind of matches on TV or pay-per-view matches. And that I feel like that would be a big, that'd be a big opportunity for them. Because again, like I said, it's not like I'm expecting this guy to come and like light the world on fire and get like this like big AEW world title run and like bring in like a million weekly viewers. But like, bro, just for my personal taste in wrestling, there are so many guys I want to see him in the ring with.
Do you think there's any wrestler that could do that?
It's not a lot. Oh, you know what's funny? The guy that I think that would raise AEW's ratings, and people are going to scoff at this, might be Cody Rhodes. Might be Cody Rhodes, guys, because
I was going to say Cody and Punk. I'm like, I know people be talking crazy about Punk, but I think just like that kind of air of danger or like unexpectedness or like just feeling refreshing thing I think would bring people over. But Cody's a really good answer.
If we're just talking about somebody that can make a jump, I think Cody absolutely would raise the ratings. Even if it's just momentarily, I absolutely think so.
There'll be intrigue.
Yeah. Obviously, Punk is another one. I think Punk would raise the ratings, but I don't see Punk jumping. I don't know Cody either, but like, there's not a lot of them, man. That's the thing. Like, I'm trying to think, even like WWE guys, like outside of Roman, like that's gonna like really change. Like, it's not a lot.
It's not a lot. I think just all the top guys we described. Like, I don't think Rollins would, even if he went over there. Like, I think people would be into it, and I think there's a lot of matches to do, but I don't think it's like, oh, we got to see what Rollins is doing over there, you know?
No. I think a lot of AEW fans would reject Rollins going there too. I think it would be the funniest thing in the world, but I don't. No, I don't think he would make that big of a splash ratings wise.
No, I don't think so either. It has to be the top guys like Cody and Punk. If it was,
it had to be like some like. I don't know, man. Like, and it's not that many guys that are like gonna completely shift the tide. Like, I don't know. But hey, man, if Rollins just wanted to go somewhere and have some matches, I'd love to see him over there. I don't think it's ever gonna happen.
I don't think so either.
Like, are you kidding me? Like this Rollins Ospreay match that we've been circling around for the longest. I would love to see that match.
It's looming. Will it loom forever? Who knows?
I don't think we're ever gonna get it. I don't think we'll ever see it.
I don't think so either.
I mean, for my own entertainment and how I would get on this podcast and start the podcast laughing every week of him coming over there.
If it does happen, it's going to be too late. Yeah. Regardless, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think AJ Styles might have been another one that might have been able to boost the ratings at least momentarily, but
that's out.
Nope, not gonna happen. But yeah, Rollins over there having matches. Boy, that would be for my own personal enjoyment. That'd be pretty funny.
It would.
There's like 2 matches that I'm like, yep, this is it. Sorry, well 3. There are 3 matches where I'm like, yep, we can get those in. All the rest of this, whatever happens from here, doesn't really matter. Just give me the Osprey match, give me the Omega match, and give me the Swerve match, and that's it. Once we get those 3 out the way, that's it. Nothing else matters.
Yeah, this is not happening. Never, nothing. 0%.
Yeah.
0%. Unk also says, "What's your take on Kawhi's trade getting put on hold?" I thought it was hilarious. They were like, hold on a minute. There's like a real investigation going on here, and they're like, essentially, Kawhi has like a beware of buyer tag on him now that like he could go to a team and whatever punishment and comes down from whatever this investigation is will be on whatever new team he's on. So because how we were just talking last week, Phil, about how great this could be for the Raptors and how like the city's going to be up for this, and like now it might not even happen.
Yeah. With some of the stuff with the Clippers, it is. I think he might still end up there, but it's tough because they look funny in the light. They were trying to funnel some money through that tree planting company. Yeah.
I'm just like, well, how did Kawhi get mixed up in this though? What? I'm still very confused about how everything kind of happened.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to come of that, but we will see because I don't know. Still could happen though. He could still end up in Toronto. The other funny piece of news out of the Toronto thing is DeMar DeRozan is a free agent. He got waived by the Sacramento Kings. He's been saying that he wants out of Sacramento, and obviously a place where he should want to go and end his career is the Toronto Raptors, and they would be able to get him cheap now. I always thought it was kind of a sad situation for him because he got traded and then they won a championship without him. And, it felt like that was his spot. It felt like he should have won a championship with them too. Mm-hmm. He was definitely my favorite player out of that duo with Kyle Lowry. And I did like his time here in Chicago, but it was kind of sucked that he didn't get a championship with Toronto. And so if he did go back, that would be his real chance of winning again. And obviously, a certain person in Toronto would not be happy to see him come back after he rapped a whole song about him and Kawhi. So,
what you gonna do now, Six God? Huh?
If he goes back there, like, there ain't nothing you're gonna be able to do about it. And I kind of do want DeMar to go back to Toronto. I think that would be a good fit for him.
I think he'd land pretty well there, and the team, it'd be good for them.
Yeah. That is all of our super chats. Appreciate you guys. We got a few more Humper chats. From Tony P, he says, the booking is really shoot from the hip and rely on the same people. Also, the Sheamus news, really want to see him in New Japan or CMLL for real. He's good, but it's not needed in AEW. I mean, listen, I hear you. He isn't needed, but some of the matches that I would love to see him in over there, I would take him. Buddy, Sheamus throwing Darby around sounds like a blast.
I'm like, that ain't hot to y'all? Y'all ain't into that? You don't think that sounds dope? See, he saw Max politicking this week. You see what he was doing? He know exactly what time it is, dog. He said, if he come over here, we gonna have fun. So why wouldn't I want to have fun?
God, there's stuff he could do. You could do a Finlay match with him. There's a ton of stuff you can do with Sheamus and AEW. Again, I know he's not needed, but it's some matches to be had, brother. And I ain't mad at him.
He's not needed, but like, throw him in there anyways. Who's needed?
Yeah, and I mean, look,
again, he don't have to be world champion. It's fine.
Yeah, but like some CMLL matches here and there, some New Japan matches through AEW because the partnership is there, bro. Sign me up. Tony says also, I know it's light, but on the clock at work, driving through the city, and we'll listen later. Stay safe, protect each other, and as always, fuck Trump, his friend, his administration, and all fucking fascists. Peace and love.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you as always, Tony.
Thanks, Tony, homeboy. Appreciate you.
Then we got one from Dex Baker. He says, there's a piece of this Osprey dynamic I forgot. What was something Mox was talking crazy about when he put down Danielson? Go watch Reigns. And Kenny is talking like 2023 Brian. If the plastic bag comes out, is Will helping or saving? Ooh, that's a good point. I did not think about that. And it's not just that he sees this as a go watch Reign for Kenny. He don't like Kenny anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, that's gonna be an interesting dynamic between all of these guys involved, because I do think Osprey is going to end up at odds with Moxley at some point. It's only a matter of time.
Definitely. That's what that feels like. That's all the stories of like Mox randomly walking up while Osprey's engaged in something else. Like the tension is slowly going to start building there.
Yeah, and you can see that Osprey is one of the few people that Mox has just invited in. He's going to feel very betrayed if he goes off in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's all of our Humper Chats. Appreciate you guys. Before we get out of here, I just want to run down this G1 card.
G1 nah.
G1 Night 1 will be starting tonight in Chicago. Now Arena. You can still get tickets.
Just the far away one? You got to go for an hour? Oh, God.
It's all the way out now, Arena. I mean, Allstate is not close to me either. Allstate is pretty far. It's all the way out in Rosemont. The closest to me is like Wintrust and, of course, in the city, United Center.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, G1 Night 1 will be live tonight at Now Arena. It's 7 p.m. And it's a pretty strong card. Just want to get it in front of me. Okay, so we got Aaron Wolf. He qualified for the G1 after he beat Yoshihashi. I think that was the June 23rd show. He beat him. And he will be facing Hanare. This will be not only Aaron Wolf's debut in the G1, this will be his big U.S. debut as well. I believe this is his first match in the United States.
Oh, damn. This is for such high stakes as G1 Chicago is. We know how they give it up and get down sometimes. So, like, this could be a very pivotal moment for the homie Aaron Wolf. This G1, they're going to have to really do something with this because it's been confusing his trajectory and what they've been doing with him the last couple months.
Yeah, very excited to see Aaron Wolf in front of the United States crowd. Mm-hmm. Very curious to see what the U.S. crowd thinks of him because he's been getting such loud reactions in Japan. Mm-hmm. Just curious to see how that transitions and how that translates over here.
Right.
Shingo Takagi will be taking on Jake Lee. You know, given what we know about Jake Lee, very polarizing guy. This could be a real mixed bag, but I'm never going to be not happy about getting to see Shingo Takagi wrestle live. So very excited about that. Oscar will be taking on Ren Narita. Ren is coming off of the never open weight belt reign. Just lost to Aaron Wolf. I didn't get my prediction. Sorry. Forgot about that part. I think Aaron Wolf Hanare is kind of tough to predict because Hanare, any given night, Hanare looks like a killer. Mm-hmm. And this is the debut for Aaron Wolf. I have to assume they're going to want to give Aaron Wolf the win here in his first night in the U.S. I wouldn't be surprised if Hanare picks up an upset, though.
Yeah, I can see the story being the pressure is getting in. G1, it's Aaron Wolf's first G1, so he isn't coming out the gate super hot, and they tell the story of he's not really firing off the block. So I could see maybe Hanare getting the win here tonight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I am going to reluctantly pick Aaron Wolf, but I would not be surprised if Hanare picks up upset here. I think Shingo is going to win his first match.
Yeah.
Then we got Oscar versus Ren Narita. Oscar is such an interesting addition to the G1 this year because for most people with the Knockouts brothers, Yudo Ice is the breakout star. Most people know him because like he's charismatic and all this other stuff, but Oscar is very underrated, and I think Oscar is going to show more of what he can do as a singles wrestler in this tournament. So, I'm picking Oscar to win.
Over Ren?
Yes.
I'm going with Ren.
That makes sense. I think Oscar is going to have a good run in this tournament. I think it's going to be one of those things that shows people like, oh, this isn't just like a one-note tag team. Like these guys have two like heaters.
One of those breakout performances is definitely needed. It's going to enhance the tag team too.
Yes. I think Oscar needs a strong run to really separate himself from the pack too. Speaking of Yudo Ice will be taking on Great Khan. This, of course, the start of this feud was in the build-up to their tag match. Great Khan and Hanare beat the Knockout Brothers. Upset win over them at Dominion. Yudo should win here. I'm not sure, though. I'm going to pick Yudo Ice to win, though. But he should win. I wouldn't be surprised if Gato does something silly like has Great Khan win here. It should be Yudo Ice, though.
Sick guy. Yeah, Yudo Ice got to do this one, but like, I don't know. Something about this also could spring. They could do some Great Khan shenanigans.
Yeah, but obviously both those matches, Oscar and Yudo Ice's matches, they're going to lead to something else with the tag belts later because obviously Knockout Brothers are going to end up challenging for those belts again. So I have to assume something's going to happen in these matches to tease to that. Then we have Shota Umino, fresh off a surprising loss to Gabe Kidd. If you have not been keeping up, Gabe Kidd is the new IWGP Global Heavyweight Champion.
Wow, I have not been keeping up. When did this happen?
Just happened this week.
Oh, shit. That's crazy.
So, yeah, but Shota Umino, coming after the loss, will be facing Zack Sabre Jr. in his first night. Might be a tough week for Shota, guys. I definitely think Zack Sabre is going to win.
Absolutely. First round, first match out, Chicago. Zack has history and all this. Now, this is Zack's for sure.
Definitely think Zack is going to win. Yeah. Very odd choice to immediately take the belt off of Shota Umino.
They are hot potatoing this championship, ain't they?
I thought with the way that Shota won the belt at Dominion, like they were going to move forward. At least he got like a good title defense out of the pack match at Forbidden Door. But yeah, I'm very surprised that Gabe Kidd won. It kind of feels like Gabe was always supposed to win, but he got injured. And so they just circled back to him.
But Shota looked good as the champion. That pack match was great and maybe gave him a little bit more confidence that he needed. So it worked, I guess.
Yeah. It's funny. I saw a lot of people comparing Shota to Sammy winning. I was like, dang, Shota at least got a title defense, though.
Yeah.
I mean, even get a successful defense.
For real. Yeah, he can look back with be proud of that, you know?
Yeah. Then we got Hiroki Goto versus Sonata. Sonata, of course, re-debuted at Dominion in the match against Takeshita. I can't. It's so funny. I'm more excited to see what Sonata's gonna wear. I'm coming this match because I know he's gonna wear something crazy. But yeah, I think this one's kind of a tough one to call because I think Sonata needs to win more especially after he just lost to Takeshita. But kind of feels like Goto's gonna win though.
I mean, Goto still has momentum, still continuing that. I think Chicago's gonna fucking give it up to him.
Yeah, he's gonna get good reaction.
You know, like there's gonna be a lot in Goto's corner, but no, you gotta give it to Goto. I think you gotta give it to Goto because there's gotta be a couple of I don't want to say feel good victories here, but like crowd pleasing victories, and I think this is one of them.
Yeah. I'm gonna pick Sonata. I think Sonata needs to win more. But we'll see. I don't know. Gato's booking style, we never know. My pick to win this year's tournament, Yuya Uemura will be taking on former IWGP World Heavyweight Champion Callum Newman. Callum is coming into this tournament with a shoulder injury. Don't know how much that's going to affect him. I think Callum Newman's going to cheat to win this match, guys.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still picking Yuya Uemura to win this tournament.
They're gonna do the Yuya gets a couple of losses in the beginning and then comes back with the old Naito run, wins in the end. Yuya's fucking hot right now, so I think that plays into him. Callum, I like the stories that they're telling here. I think it's gonna be a you got all that, but the G1 was a little bit too much for you story told by Callum coming in here. So does he come out the gate with the victory and then it kind of shows off, or does Yuya get the surprise one? Yuya. I'm going to go with Yuya. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Callum's going to do better in this tournament than people think, but Yuya's still my pick to win. Could be a heater. We got Bo No Leg taking on Ryohei Oiwa, and Oiwa's another young guy in this company that very excited about. I don't think this is his year to win the G1, but I think he's going to turn a lot of heads.
Oiwa's incredible. This is one of those special New Japan. It's going to feel like the G1 when these guys get in there to lock it up. These guys are both in pretty interesting spots coming into this tournament, right? Because, like, I don't think either one of them is primed to win, but they're both primed to have good showings again, like they've been in previous years. Oiwa just seems like a little niche higher, so I'm gonna go with him.
Yeah, I'm picking Oiwa to win as well. What I'm assuming it will be the main event. Konosuke Takeshita versus Yota Tsuji. Obviously, they've got some history together. Big Wrestle Kingdom rematch. Yeah, this should be fire. Looking forward to this one, especially after their last one. But yeah, I think the champ's gonna win. I think Tsuji's gonna win.
I think with all the shit he's talked, with not really wanting to come over here and all this, I think he has like a point to prove of like, I don't even want to do this shit. I'm going to come over here and beat this fool again because you guys still think he's the future of my fucking company. I think Tsuji needs to make a statement, so I think that's why he's going to win today. And Takeshita's going to be rocked from the Kyle stuff. It's going to take him a little bit to get fully into this tournament.
Yeah, very interesting to see how he's going to look in this tournament.
It's a different story from last year.
Yeah, obviously he was last year's winner. I think his first G1, that was 2024. I think that was his best run in the tournament. In my opinion, he was having some of his best matches. Very curious to see how they use him this time, and I don't think it's a coincidence that he lost the belt because I do think he's going to take more losses this time around.
I think so too. Probably a good reason why they got the belt off of him.
But should be a great night of wrestling. Very excited for this card. Gonna have in a little bit. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us. A lot of wrestling to get into. At one point I was thinking about everything to talk about for the show, and I was like, a lot happened this week. And then G1 tonight. You've got Collision tonight. The return of Hangman. A lot happened.
Oh my God. News is still breaking. There's a lot of just like, this is crazy. There's so much, like the week isn't even over. Like there's still shit going to happen tonight. I'm sure there's going to be newsworthy stuff at the show you go to. I'm sure Collision is going to have newsworthy stuff. There's a lot of independent wrestling going on. Like we're still in this.
Yep.
The Great Devlin says, I love Grapsody. Went all the way from Indy to Shy for G1 during this stream. Although, what's up? Let's go. Well, I'm happy that we get to accompany you on your little journey.
Yeah, that's funny. I've gone on wrestling weekends and I've seen people that are like, oh, I did like my whole travel and commute and I listened to the podcast in a way. And it's like, glad I can help with your commute.
Shout out to the homegirl, Yessie, who was like, oh, yeah, I have to watch your guys' in parts. When people tell us they watch it in parts, it always kills me. I'm like, I get it. It's a long show.
Yeah. And we got one last super chat
The homie Ardua says, could it be that Willow doesn't get it done at Redemption? Like, what if she loses and it ends up being Monet Tekla at All In, or maybe a triple threat between all? Wouldn't think they're gonna do that, Phil. They've been going with the it's predictable, but it's gonna be a good story, so we're gonna do it anyway type thing. And I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah, I think because it's predictable, people are thinking something else is going to happen, and I don't think that is where we're going. I definitely think we're getting the one-on-one match. I definitely think Tekla is going to lose.
They're going to finish that predictability that you're thinking about.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. But appreciate you guys for tuning in.
Yes.
We will be back next Saturday at our usual time slot on this very YouTube channel. I will be on our YouTube channel on Monday to go over this G1 show as well. Till then, you know what it is. This has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsay. Righteous Reg. We're out of here.
Peace.